you will have an opportunity for a couple of minutes after each session to ask the speaker your questions. All right, everybody, we are going to start. It's a little bit early, but I'm happy for us to start because I would like for the speakers to start at 8 o'clock. I did mention to start 10 minutes earlier. I think my little team is saying that everything is working. Facebook is working, YouTube is working, LinkedIn is working. So that is amazing. All right, let's get into this. Everybody, hello. Welcome to the Family AI Summit. Now, this has been something on my heart for about a year. And when I speak to people that does the same things as me, or I discover them, I reach out to them. I said, hey, let's have a chat. This family summit is not a sales pitch. It's not something that we're just going to sell to you. We want you to be aware of what is happening in the world when it comes to families and AI. And I think that is such an important conversation to have. There's a lot of hype that goes around business and AI, even your home life and AI. It goes around when you're in a workplace with AI, but not a lot of people is talking about how AI is actually influencing the families and schooling and education. And let's be real, deepfakes, AI clones, all of these things. And these are things that we're going to discuss. We're even going to discuss some side hustles that you can use with AI, all bunch of stuff. So grab your coffee, take a deep breath, and have fun with us. It's going to be a long journey for the next, 4 or 5 hours, but it's going to be amazing. So my first guest speaker that I have is all the way from South Africa. I'm in Australia, so our time zones really don't align very well. Arno is an author. He's wrote a book called Taming the Terminator. He's also the creator of a software called AI Copilot, which is future-ready skills for teens. And this is a very important conversation to have. And with his 25 years of leadership and his passion for preparing youth for an AI-driven world, Arno helps families understand how to raise adaptable, creative, ready thinkers in the world that we live in today. So Arno, thank you for being here. Thank you for being in the midnight hour, 12 o'clock your time.
Absolute pleasure.
And just being here and having this very, very important conversation with you. Can you just enlighten people a little bit? I hope I didn't butcher your intro, but can you enlighten us a little bit more about you and what was the drive behind why you started what you're doing now?
Well, I've been in hospitality pretty much most of my life, and then something happened in 2020. Can't remember quite what it was, but I sort of left the hospitality industry and ventured online. And then when AI started becoming a thing, when ChatGPT was released, I immediately saw what the potential was for it, and it really intrigued me. It was absolutely amazing. I loved it, played around with it, and that led me to authoring the book Taming the Terminator. Because we grew up with movies like The Terminator, where AI destroys the world, and the first thing that I saw was that people were crap scared of AI. That was the first impression I got. And I sort of saw it as my duty to show people that it's not scary, and if you use it right, it's actually very beneficial. But for me, it was more in the context of online business as opposed to for kids as such. And then a couple of months ago, I was at a parent evening for my daughter, and I realized that schools doesn't have a clue. They have no inclination of wanting to prepare kids for the future. I mean, they're still so stuck in the past. It's actually ridiculous. But and this was in a normal digital age with internet and social media and things like that, and they were still doing steam engine sort of stuff. And now with AI, we cannot afford to have that sort of gap anymore. And it has become very clear that this is going to cause major issues if it doesn't get sorted out ASAP. And the problem with that is that we have to look. No one is paying attention. I'm online a lot, and I see a lot of things around AI. But most of these people focus on business and content marketing and advertising and all those sort of things. But very few people actually focuses on our next generation, and they are the ones going to be most impacted by this technology, and they're going to be the ones that grows up with it and is going to, don't want to say dominate their lives, but it's going to be very present in their lives, and they need to learn how to use it properly. And we already have a generation that struggles to think for themselves, and with AI, that is going to become a lot more of a problem if we don't stop it right now. and that is our responsibility. And this is why I just had to do something.
Yeah.
And because no one else seems to, and this is why I'm so happy that I got to meet you and all the other speakers on this panel, is the fact that I'm glad that someone is having these conversations, because this is essential for us to have these conversations and to actually start looking at our future generations and educate them properly.
It's a very important conversation to have, especially when it comes to critical thinking, problem solving, creativity. And like you say, already we're in a scrolling generation. People scroll past, they don't do things. Like you've worked with a lot of people in your life. I mean, you've been in hospitality and leadership, now AI. So how do you think the next generation will look in the workplace? What's those jobs looking like? Have you done some deep research on that?
Well, there's a couple of jobs, and it depends on how far in the future you're looking. And okay, there's a lot of different opinions about how far artificial general intelligence and super intelligence is.
Mhm.
But the thing is that the whole job market is going to change, and the skills that kids are learning now is very different to the skills that are going to be necessary in the future. Currently, we are still in a knowledge-based society where your knowledge is tied to your value. And in a couple of years from now, that's not going to be the case. Yes,
Mm.
knowledge is going to be important, but the thing is, it's going to be you're going to be able to not substitute AI for general knowledge, but the, the facts and those sort of things that you learn in school now, that can be replaced by AI. The
Mm.
things that we need to look at is the human connection, and that's going to be the essential thing. I mean, it's already happening online. So
Mm.
many AI bots, and like you said, I mean, AI girlfriends and AI partners
Companions.
and
Mm.
companions. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And AI videos and all those sort of things. And the thing is, we're moving further and further apart from humans or human connection, and it's going to get to a point where that's the one thing that's
Mm.
going to matter the most. And
Yeah.
the human centric skills are going to be the ones that's going to be most important. The problem solving skills. But you can use AI to solve a problem, but first
Mm.
you need to know what problem to solve. And
Yes.
for us,
That.
the human experience is the most important thing that's going to exist moving forward.
Mm.
I was talking about a simple thing like a paperclip today. It's such a simple thing. And the inventor of a paperclip would have never thought about it if he didn't have to have a whole bunch of papers that he had to put
And the
together.
problem to solve.
Yeah, and that's the problem that's
Yeah.
solved. So AI will be able to solve the problem, and we
Mm.
can leverage AI to solve these problems. But the kids of
Mm.
the future needs to understand and have that human experience to know which problems to solve,
Yeah.
and to connect with people on an emotional level. And those are things that's going to be a very long time to before it gets replaced. I mean, things like ChatGPT and Claude, they're really good at faking emotions. I mean, you put
100%. Mhm.
a song in Suno and it can write you a beautiful song, but
Mm.
the thing is, it doesn't have the experience to connect that experience emotionally and relay that to other people. And that emotion is something that it will, I wouldn't say never, never is a long time, but it's going to be a very long time before it actually can experience life like humans do, and
Mm.
then relay that experience emotionally to other people. And that is where I think our focus should be.
Mm.
Skills can be replaced by AI, but the human
Mm.
connection and emotion and the empathy, the leadership skills, those things will not be able to be replaced anytime
Yeah.
soon, at least.
And let's be honest, schools don't teach these things. So
Yeah.
empathy, leadership, critical thinking, problem solving, all of those things, schools don't teach that. And this is, I think, where your program is amazing because you created AI Copilot and it was inspired by your daughter. Can you tell us a little bit about how basically why you started this program and what's getting it going really?
Well, the reason for that is because no one is teaching kids how to use it properly. And my
Yeah.
biggest concern is that if we don't show them how to do it now, because I've got a teenage daughter, I know that
Mm.
they take shortcuts. And
Yeah.
those shortcuts are really easy to take. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, I took those shortcuts myself as well, and anyone that's a parent understands that kids will take the shortest route possible. But with AI, we cannot really allow that to happen because
Mm,
you lose critical thinking skills. So the whole
mm,
thing about AI Copilot was to, and this is why it's called Copilot, is because it should be the co-pilot. It should be your buddy. It
mm,
shouldn't be your replacement.
mm.
And the moment it replaces you, you become dumb. It takes over, and you become just
Yeah.
mindlessly parroting what it says. But if you use it as a co-pilot, and you supplement your weak points with its strong points, you can literally have
Mm,
what do you call it, superpowers. And this
mm,
is the great thing about AI. And I need kids to understand that. And it's too easy for them to just use it to write an email or a essay or do their
mm,
homework for them, and then just replace themselves that way. But if they really want to excel, they should use it as a thinking partner, enhance their
mm,
creativity,
mm,
do some brainstorming. I mean, it can come up with 100 ideas in 5 minutes, where for you as a person, you'll have to sit there for hours, and you can just go through so much volume of ideas
mm.
and let those creative juices flow, and all those things to help you learn better. I
Yeah.
mean, the imagination that we have,
Mm,
that's one of our personal superpowers, is we can imagine stuff.
mm,
We can think about things, and but sometimes we need like a little bit of a poke just to help us. And this is what AI can do: is it can help us think creatively. It can let those juices flow, if I can put it that way, almost. And kids need to learn how to do that specifically.
So, so take me through a typical example of whether they're in a school environment, if schools allow it, allow ChatGPT or Claude or Microsoft Copilot or whatever they use, right? So, say schools allow it, or parents have it, the kids at home using an AI tool of some sort. Which, by the way, I would always recommend the parents hover if the kids are under 13, because it's just hover. Don't let your kids use AI alone. There is safety concerns. But when it comes to how to use the tools, like you were saying, to keep the critical thinking alive, to keep the problem solving, keep the creativity, and use it as a study buddy and an assistant, and not as that person that does or that thing that does everything for the kids. How would that look like? So, say for example, the the kid needs to write an assignment and it's about, say, robots in the future. Let's keep it robotic today. How would that look like if you go to ChatGPT as an example?
So it depends. One of the things, like, what do they have to do? If they have to write an essay,
Mm,
you
yeah.
can
So let's say that. So say let's have that as an example. So say they have to write an essay. How would ChatGPT then be a study buddy and an assistant, and not that something doing it for them?
first you can ask ChatGPT, give me a couple of ideas. I've got a assignment
Mhm,
where I need to write an essay about robots in the future.
mhm,
I need some ideas about a storyline, and then it will give you a couple of ideas that you can
mhm,
refine. It'll, let's say, give me five story ideas. And it'll give
mhm,
you five story ideas. You pick one, and you say, "But okay, I like this story idea, but I want the main character to be X, Y, and Z." And then the main character is a humanoid from Venus or whatever. It's got red hair, and then you can say, okay, so I want the story to be really exciting. Give it a really, give me five ideas of a very big twist towards the end, and keep the main character the central figure of this whole story, and bring in something extra. Like, you, it can come up with all these things, and you can pick and say, okay, cool, I like this idea, but
mhm,
tweak it a little bit this way. And it's such a simple change, as opposed to
mm,
saying, write me an essay about a robot from the
mm,
future. Their
mm,
AI does it for you. Done.
mm,
You can copy paste, put it in your book, but there's zero human imagination in there. But when
mm,
it comes to, you say, okay, cool, these are cool ideas. Let's think about this. Okay, cool. Let's take this idea, work with this one, adapt it a little bit here, add this in there. Now all of a sudden your mind starts going, and you think, oh, this is going to be cool. Let's add that in there. And
mm,
this is where your imagination as a person comes in, and the
mm,
story becomes yours, not AI's. Even though AI does do some things, and it maybe writes it nicely for you and all those sort of things. It comes up with certain ideas. You are still the one that picks the ideas and say, okay, cool, let's work with this idea and refine this one and do that. And this is the thing about AI. Don't just verbatim copy what it says, because I'm sure you know about how many mistakes it makes. It's ridiculous,
So many.
actually.
The bias is
Yes,
real. Yeah, it's so
completely.
much.
But yeah, so you can't just verbatim copy that stuff over into an essay and think, okay, cool, now I've done my homework.
Mm,
But if
mm,
you take the ideas, sometimes I struggle to sit down and think what I need to write. And using something like ChatGPT, like, listen, I want to write about X, Y, and Z, give me 10
mhm,
ideas.
mm,
And those 10 ideas comes within seconds. And then I'll pick one of those ideas. And I want kids to be able to do the same. Not just
mm,
say, I need to write an essay about this, write it for me. And that's one of the things that I focus on in AI Copilot. The other thing is
mm,
studying. Some people understand certain subjects in a certain way, or the teacher explains it in a certain way, but they don't
mm,
quite understand it. So you can tell AI, listen, this is what I learned in class today. I really don't understand this. Can you please explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old? Or
mm,
explain it to me using visual cues. Use a house as an example, and this way kids can learn things in a better way. It's not um, it gives you different viewpoints to look from, which as a child
mm,
you can't necessarily do because you don't have that
mm,
experience. But once you start prompting AI in the right way, like ChatGPT or whatever, you can see it from a different perspective
mm,
and then understand something or difficult concepts a lot easier.
mm.
And you have to be curious to be able to play around with things. You have to be
That's true.
wanting to learn.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, that's
unfortunately
it.
the downside.
Yeah.
You have to want to learn these things.
Mm,
And if you I've always been a curious person in my life. I ask a lot of questions. And now you've got someone that will answer every single one of those questions if you are really
mm,
curious.
mm.
Why does it work this way? But
Yeah.
let's do it from this angle. And yeah, so there's so many ways that kids can use
Mm,
AI to make them smarter, make them understand difficult concepts better, make them more
mm.
creative. But still, they are the person in control. They are the one with the reins in their hands, not AI. And that's the important bit.
It is such a valid point because a lot of the times you see people that just accept, like you've made a lot of valid points, but one of the ones that stand out now to me the most is people would just take the first best answer from an AI tool and that is it. But that's not feeding the critical thinking skills. And it's about questioning the AI. It's like, well, it says the sky is blue, but is it really blue? Like, it's just like questioning everything. So your program teaches kids. Am I correct when I say you have gamified it?
Yes, it's a whole
So,
gamified course.
so tell
So,
me the reasons behind why you decided to gamify your program.
well, kids these days. Well, because we've got a scrolling generation. They have a very short
Attention.
attention span. And look, it's not the worst thing to have, but I
Mm,
wanted them to stay engaged. I wanted them to get as far into the course as possible.
mm,
So what I did was I researched what Gen Zs, because this is sort of the age that I'm targeting with AI Copilot, is the
yeah.
Gen Zs, and I wanted to see, like, what is the sort of aesthetics that they like and what keeps them engaged. And one of the things was comic book, Y2K, vaporware, neon colors here and there. And so the whole theme of this course, because I could have made the course on System or one of these other
Mm,
course platforms, Kajabi or whatever, but none of them gave me the artistic freedom to customize the way
mm,
I wanted it to have it. So I
mm.
made it myself.
Yeah.
And the gamified thing is they need to have a carrot in front of them to want them to get to the next one. So yes, I get to see my friends in school. I get to see their points. So I want to
Mm,
beat that guy. So I'm going to do extra
mm,
daily missions. And these daily
mm,
missions, you get to earn badges. Um, and you have to finish a test before you can move on to the next one. So every lesson that you do unlocks the next
mm,
next lesson, and you have to pass the little quiz before it actually unlocks the next one. And so with the modules as well and everything. And the other thing, because I worked with the principal to do this, is there's two modules that's actually for teachers as well. Because the biggest concern is for teachers, because they are just as skeptical about AI as a lot of parents are. I'm
Mm.
sure in your experience you've seen that.
Yeah.
And they are scared of it. They are trying to keep it out of the class by any means possible, but it's not going to work. I mean, it's a losing battle that they're fighting. Kids are going to use it anyway. They can just as well teach the kids to use it properly, and
Yeah.
this is why those two modules for teachers are there as well. But yeah, the gamified thing, it's purely just to keep the kids engaged. The lessons are very short. The videos are, I think the longest video is about 3 minutes long, just to keep that attention span
Mm.
there as much as possible, so that they can learn as much as possible, and get as far into the course as what they can, hopefully, and hopefully beat it at the end of the day. So
Do you think parents, okay, let me rephrase this question. Personally, I feel like technology can take over your life, like parents included, right? We tend to be more on technology. I've made a very conscious effort lately to put my phone away when I spend time with my kids because we homeschool and I've got a toddler in the mix. But also kids, they love their screens, right? So I feel like as a society and as people in general, we're getting a lot more disconnected with the human connection that we talked about earlier, right? And it's important to feed that human connection. Do you think we can use AI to feed that human connection? I know this sounds kind of like, oh, you're crazy, because I mean, AI is the tool that can potentially take that away. But do you think we can use it in like a collaboration type effect to feed human connection as a family? Maybe do things together as a family, have fun with it. I don't know. What's your point of view?
you can, I've been looking at a couple of things where you build apps, and
Mm.
you can, and one of the things, funny enough, through the research, is couples talking to each other, and like you say, they become disconnected. Everyone's on their phones, and the whole point of this app is to come up with prompts, of a topic to chat with each other around the dinner table. And I think in that way, working out games for kids,
Yeah.
coming up with
Mm.
game ideas for family night, things
Mm.
like that. Because we don't necessarily have the time, and not everyone wants to play the same board game over and over. So asking AI, listen, I've got a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 7-year-old. I
Mm.
want to do a family game night. This is their interest. Work me out a nice, fun, entertaining game. Yes, in
Mm.
that way it can work. But like with social media, it can go either way. Um,
Mm.
it's a good tool to stay in contact with family members, but it's also a good tool to keep people away from one another. And it's all
Mm.
down to how, like you, teach our kids through example. Like how should we use it?
Mm.
And if you use it in this way, like use it as a source of entertainment, or as a
Mm.
source for ideas to do something fun with the family, yes, then it's something that you can use to bring your family closer to one another. Or I'm sure with you, especially with homeschooling, if there's something that you struggle to explain to your
Mm.
child, which is maybe a lot more of a visual learner, then you can quickly ask
Mm.
ChatGPT or whatever,
Mm.
listen, how can I explain this to my kid so they understand it? They're a visual learner, and that way, yes,
Mm.
it builds connections. Sometimes we don't know what to say, we don't know what to do,
That's true.
especially if you had an argument, or there's
Yeah.
just that age gap and you can't remember what it feels like to be 7 years old, and sometimes AI would help with that. This is one of the things that AI has been well trained on, is psychology, and you can ask really deep questions about parent kids relationships, uh, uh, I would call it husband and wife sort of relationships,
Mm.
tips, whatever. So yeah, I do think it's possible, but it's all comes down to, like with anything, how it's being used, and that is
Mm.
the most important thing. Like, how are you going to use it? It's a tool, and
Yeah.
a hammer can either build something or break it down. It just matters how you actually use the hammer.
Mm.
And yeah, it's very important for us to actually use the hammer properly and teach our kids how to use it properly.
There was this teacher in the UK that did a study on 3 different groups of kids. I'm not going to get into the whole study now. I'll create a YouTube video and tag him into it one day. But basically, the consensus of the study was the kids that chatted with ChatGPT the most, the ones that engaged with it and really, because he basically gave them an assignment and he said, go and do this assignment. So there was the kids that were the naughty ones in the classroom that question everything, and and then you get the learners that really are educated and they want to do everything 100%. And then there was the curious kids. And the curious kids were the ones that did the best, because what he did is after they did the assignment, 3 weeks later, he said, just randomly in the classroom, didn't prepare them, say, remember that assignment you did 3 weeks ago? You're going to write about that now. So they had to remember what they did for that assignment. And the curious kids were the one that did the best, because they questioned AI and they really engaged with the AI and they say, well, why are you doing this and why not this? So I feel like these days we really, and it's not really a feeling, it's like, I think it's very important to understand it's how to learn more than it is what to learn. Like even with my kids now in our homeschooling, I'm teaching them how to learn and I'm learning with them. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of how to learn that I think as humans in general, we just how can I say, we're conditioned to forget how to learn. We just learn what to learn. And so it's a big learning curve. Do you think you can use AI in that sense to teach you how to learn? Because obviously you get, what is it, like ChatGPT has the learn function. I think Claude's got it now. Definitely Notebook LM is amazing for that. You've got Gemini doing that. So they're all starting to integrate this. But my concern is like if they teach you this, there's all these AI biases that can happen, but it's the skill. So what's your thoughts on that?
Look, I'm a bit on the fence about using AI to teach old skills.
Mm,
Yes, it can teach you really well. I mean, making flashcards, doing a quick quiz, multi-choice questions. If
mm,
you want to test your own knowledge about something, if you want to ask more
mm.
questions, if you don't understand something, like please explain to me photosynthesis. And you can take it
Oh,
from whatever angles. And if you're not sure about
we
something,
lost
you can say,
Arna
but
for a second, guys. Let's just be back. Sorry,
you,
Arna, we lost her for a second. Here you go.
oh, am I back?
Yes, you're back. You're back.
Oh, okay. So let's say it's photosynthesis. You can ask it to explain it to you in,
Yeah.
in, in many different ways. So
Yeah.
the most important thing is always to stay curious. And I don't know how
Mm,
to teach kids curiosity. But when it comes to learning with AI, you know, yes, learning with AI is necessary and learning certain things, yes,
mm,
but it is not necessarily learning with AI. There's with when it comes to biases, this is
mm,
one thing called Study Fetch. It's a really great program. It's made specifically for kids to learn, and you upload the curriculum. So there's not really a lot of space for biases. It literally just takes the curriculum, whatever's in the book, it relays through. So then it creates flashcards and all these sort of things, and it's really
mm,
great. And
mm,
and I think it's been specifically made for kids, and there's one or two of them that's like that, and it's really good. But and a couple of schools here in South Africa is using similar
mm,
tools. But the thing is, it's teaching still kids to learn the wrong thing,
mm,
and learning the wrong thing really well doesn't isn't going to help you 3 4 years down the line. But
mm,
being curious about what you're learning is going to help you down the line.
mm.
It's sometimes it's difficult for me to explain this specific concept, but
I understand what you mean. Mm,
yeah, learning facts and learning how to memorize facts and learning how to remember what year the Civil War was or whatever.
mm,
Those things are not important, and AI learns or helps you to learn that really well,
mm,
but it's not a skill that's going to help you further down the line.
mm,
Questioning is going to
mm,
be the skill that helps you, and we need to somehow instill that curiosity in our children,
mm.
to have them ask more questions
Yeah.
instead of just one accepting facts or memorizing facts. Ask
Mm,
why is that fact a fact? Because once you understand something, then it becomes, and I think this the study that you mentioned is a prime example of that, because those kids questioned the AI, they
Mm.
eventually understood more, and that
Yeah.
knowledge got stuck in there, and this is why they could recall it better afterwards.
Mm.
Not
Mm.
because they remembered certain things, but because they understood where the conversation went, how
Mm.
it went, and why
Mm.
it went a specific way, because they asked questions.
Yeah.
And I think
It's the how
if
to
there's
learn.
anything,
Mm.
yeah, and
Mm.
this is the
Mm.
most important part of anything is to teach our kids how to think for themselves. And how do you think for yourself?
Yeah.
Ask more questions.
Ask
Ask the
questions.
right questions. And this is the thing that we need to teach our kids. Not to learn and just take something in front of you and put it in your brain, but to understand what it is that's in front of you. And I think that is the skill that needs to be taught. And it'll help you for anything, literally anything, because none of us, I mean, this world is changing so fast that none of us knows where things are going to end up and where it's even going to be 2 years from now, let alone 5 years or 10 years from now. And the
100%.
only thing that will keep us agile enough is to stay curious, keep asking questions, adapt. And those are the things that will help our kids in the future, not knowing facts, because those facts, I mean, in my lifetime a lot of facts has changed already, and facts are going to become less relevant the further in the
Mhm.
future you'll go because of AI. But
Mhm.
learning how to adapt and asking questions is the only way that you'll be adapting in any case. So that is the
100%.
most important skill, is ask
100%.
questions.
Arna, one last word of wisdom that you have for families with teens, tweens, kids, people, parents that are concerned about the future. One last piece of wisdom that you have for them.
um, Help them, really. You know, we tend to, and you've seen that with babysitting kids with iPads. I
Yeah.
think as parents, we have to admit that that was our biggest mistake,
Yeah.
and we sort of just did it so we can step back a little bit. But I think it is most important now that we take a really big step forward into our kids' lives and really make sure we are present for this for them, because it's too important not to be. It can go either way, and it is up to us, because we've seen the effects that social media and all these brain rot stuff on YouTube and so can actually have the effect that it can have on
Mm.
kids, that we need to be
Mm.
now present. We
Mm.
withdrew, we saw what the consequences are, so now we need to be present, and we need to make sure that we stay there in this
Mm.
transition period, because we don't
Yeah,
even know what's going to happen 5 years from now.
that's true. That's true.
And we're going to learn as much as they are, but they need our
Mm.
guidance, and I think this is
That's true.
important for us as parents to be there for them
Yeah.
and
Human
learn as much as
connection
we
and
can.
yeah,
Yeah.
100% human connection, guidance, and being staying curious, right? That's I think the three big things that I take from our conversation. Obviously, a lot more, but I think the top ones is those really connection driven activities on a daily basis.
Teach them how to be humans, how
That's
to
it.
care,
And curious.
how to love.
Yeah. Empathy, love. Yeah, 100%. Anna, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time on this. And
You are very
thank you
welcome.
for staying up until
Yeah.
midnight to have this conversation with us. We really appreciate you. And we are going to go to our next speaker. But before we do so, Anna, where can people reach you if they want to get in touch with you for any advice or assistance in any way, shape, or form?
You can reach me at Arno at the AICrucible.com. That is
Mm-hmm.
my main email address for the AI Crucible.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, get a hold of me there. I'm on Facebook, not so much on LinkedIn, but I'm there as well. But
Mm-hmm.
Facebook is a very easy place to get me, or directly through email. I will answer you as soon as I can, I promise.
All right. Awesome. Guys, thank you so much. That was Arno.
Thank you so much, Joy. And yeah, looking forward to hear the rest of the speakers.
Definitely. Well, if you're going to stay awake.
I'm
See ya.
going to try as far as I can.
All right, everybody. That was Arna. I think it was quite enlightening, especially when it comes to the skills that kids need these days. Our next speaker is Stefan. So, Stefan, hello, Stefan. How are you?
Hi, Joy, and hello, everyone. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you so much for jumping on here all the way from Argentina, everybody. I did say this is a global conference, right? Or a global
Absolutely.
summit. So, Stefan and I met. Just yeah. Stefan and I met via TikTok, actually. He was doing videos. I came across his videos and I'm thinking to myself, this guy is in my head. Like, what are you doing in my head? And I PM'd him and I said, we have to jump on a call. And I think at first you were like, oh, this is a bit weird.
Yeah. No, but I'm very glad that we did. I'm very glad that you reached out and we did that.
We did. And Stefan is really good with creating videos on TikTok. He is, like, I think, in my opinion, the TikTok master when it comes to explaining very complex subjects to parents. So basically, Stefan is the master and his brand is called AI Kids Explain. So, or Kids, sorry, that I butchered that. Kids AI Explain, am I right? And
that's
yes,
correct.
There it is. Yes. And again, like he takes this concepts that I think is foreign to people and he just turns it into simple explanations. I think that's your superpower and I think you're really good at it. So Stefan is using, so you worked in mental health, right? And you were a teacher and you also are responsible now for obviously teaching kids AI, but you also have a daughter, right? And so you understand 100% how to teach kids. So Stefan, tell us a little bit more about you, the behind the scenes, and as a dad, how would you use AI, and just a little bit how you got into all of this.
Yeah, so I think probably how I got into it is that I've always been, just as a personal interest, always interested in technology. And I remember kind of being at school and the first computers were introduced. And I don't know if that was something about it, but I've always been interested in how technology can improve our lives and change our lives. And living through those moments when email came out, when Google, when suddenly you could search the internet. So I'm showing my age a bit there. And then that went through to work, and I was always working. I worked in universities and in children's mental health, as you said, and ended up always working on how can we improve ultimately the experience through technology. And through that, I was working through the pandemic on a children's mental health program, connecting young people with psychologists so they could receive therapy as part of a government-funded project. And it was then thinking about as well, how could out of that, I guess as that was happening, then AI was starting to explode onto the scene. And through that time, I became a father and we moved to Argentina, which is a long story, but with my daughter, then thinking about, my initial thought was what is AI going to mean for my daughter, but also is AI an opportunity for my daughter to study? I'm from the UK, originally from the British curriculum, and how could technology be used to ensure that because bringing her up as bilingual is absolutely the most important thing, and out of that bicultural, but also her being able to, as part of bicultural, having a kind of not necessarily British curriculum experience, but international curriculum experience. So I started investigating, and Arno was he took my lines and saying that that it was that gap that wasn't there, and I was so glad when you reached out, and it's great to hear Arno and a colleague who's on the call, a friend and colleague who's on this call as well, reached out to me, and it's like, we're not alone, and all the headlines are about business, and I understand that, but it's interesting on what get responses on. I could talk for a while, but what gets responses on TikTok is not necessarily the stuff which is absolutely the most critical. For example, teens being able to access AI companions and enter into all sorts of worlds, and that is critical. And yes, and how to use ChatGPT, get some response, but it's the stuff that's really fundamental, that what AI is opening up in this very deregulated moment that we're in.
Yeah, it's so true. And just a pause on the AI companions, just a fun fact, which is not a fun fact as such, but 1 in 4 teens in America actually is now having an AI companion, whether it's romantic relationship or a partner to just chat with or whatever that is. So it's becoming, I think in Australia where we are, it's not as in your face as in America, but I mean, it's going to come around. But you've made very valid points. So, Stefan, you help parents make sense of AI, like we established, and I think you really do a great job at it. So, let's start simple. How should families even define AI to their kids without making it sound too much for them to understand or confuse them?
I think fundamentally, it's about. I always think about that. It is kind of almost leave the technical stuff out. It's so easy to think that AI, that AI, it's difficult to understand. It's tech. It's not. So first of all, is that not to get hung up on terminology and not to get technical. And I think the other thing, and Arno touched on this, is recognition that we as parents are learning this as well, and we're learning together. And so coming from a position of coming alongside your child and from a position of humility and doing it together, and you will know that better than anyone as a home educator. And I think it's then about starting about, well, where is AI in their lives? And that, whether it's things, whether it's YouTube recommendations or Netflix, and so that there's AI powering those recommendations. And then depending on the age, then that can go through into ChatGPT and get a more technical conversation. So I think first it's about planting it in our everyday and everyday reality. And then I think it's also about, there is a little bit of information that parents probably need to share that I think is really important, is around how AI works, and particularly for teens, and saying AI has been given lots of data and it does complex maths to make guesses at an answer. And then from that, there's a whole load of things. Well, what happens if that data is not correct? What happens if that data is not fair? And it's predicting an answer, so it makes mistakes. And I think that then roots it in, okay, there's fairness, bias, but also the way it can make a lot of mistakes, and therefore that leads into the fact-checking conversation.
So how would you fact-check if, say, for example, you're sitting in front of a room of teens and they're using AI for an assignment, and they're using, say, various AI tools is available to them. How would you help them to fact-check the information?
And part of me wants to say, it's Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica.
Right.
I think there's different ways to do it. So there's different ways of how you work with AI in order to ensure the validity of your response. So show and different AIs, Perplexity as an AI is very good at it. It's more designed to research facts, and that the sources are given. And then you can say if it's ChatGPT, please specify your actual sources for this. You click on the source, compare the answer, and it's a great exercise to do as introduction to AI literacy. Then it's thinking, right, well, let's Google that answer and let's see what it is. So I would go through using AI because it's a kind of way of teaching AI literacy and how AI works, but also then go on to Google. And I'd love to say open a book that would be relevant, but I don't think that's going to happen with this generation. So,
yeah, I don't think so either. I feel like even not so long ago for us, encyclopedias just gathered dust. And I actually feel like, and this goes against the AI stuff, but I actually feel like lately I want my kids to open the books more to just fact check the biases than before.
But I also think it's an interesting, one thing is really, I'm kind of really interested in the neuroscience behind how, this idea of will AI dumb down critical thinking versus actually, well, is it a different type of thinking? And then also versus actually, what is that cognitive process when you open a book and you read, or even when you write a letter? That was a very different cognitive process to actually opening up a Word document and typing. And we evolve through those stages. But I wonder what it is that we lose from those cognitive processes, or is it just recognition that actually we need to be thinking in a different way, in the same way when in the Industrial Revolution started to transform what workers did, and being in the field is very different to being in a factory, and that was a different thought process and a different way of thinking. So for me, I'm kind of excited about where this is going, but I think I'm also kind of interested, what can we take with us as well?
Yes, 100%. And I had a conversation the other day with a parent, and they were saying that the kid, which is 15, 16, is actually reading and writing a lot less because the school, and he's in a very good private school, the schools give them access to audiobooks. So instead of reading, they're listening. And instead of writing, they're typing. So not flooring the school in any way, shape, or form, but it is really about making sure that they actually learn those skills still. I agree with you. 100% agree.
And I think
so
we look at. Oh, go on. Go on.
No,
You're in charge. No, I was going to add that there's that interest in, and Arno touched on this, that idea of knowledge and versus AI. And right now there is that element of, well, okay, you can go in and check the sources, but you still, and I think the idea of coding is a great one. And there's all this hype and publicity. You can do this without code, but actually, if you don't understand how coding works, you can't solve the mistakes. And it's a bit like that of, what knowledge do we need to have in order to be able to make assessments of what is there of what we are seeing on AI. And I think there's that we're at a really interesting tipping point around skills and knowledge. And I think even if AI could be the final almost push that we need for our education systems to evolve, even if it doesn't mean the education is being delivered by AI, the world that the young people are going into, schools, in my view, governments, policy, have a responsibility to ensure that the education system is preparing them with the ability to learn, the ability to relearn, as Arno touched on, as well as the skill and other skills for their future, together with knowledge, rather than this knowledge remembering focus.
And it's the how to learn, right? I feel like how to learn is more important these days than actually learning the facts and the figures. Like Arno was saying, and I've been diving in deep on this subject as well. So there's a lot of fear out there when it comes to AI. We know this well. AI will take jobs. It will make kids lazy. We just basically touch on that cognitive dysfunction that can happen with not, reading and writing and so on. And also AI will replace teachers. So what is your view on these fears out there? And do you think AI will do these things, or do you think there will be a balance between the AIs and human connection?
Yeah, I think there's, one of the things I've tried to set myself up on Kids AI Explained is about being the antithesis to all of the hype out there, to the write this prompt and it will give you 5,000. It will take, you mean that you don't need any employees in your agency or in your work. And I think what we're seeing now is that there's an interesting study out by MIT that came out a few months ago, MIT and the university in the US, that talked about how lots of businesses where AI implementations haven't worked. And so what happened was that these AI implementations came along in order to automate or do the tasks. They got rid of the people, and then suddenly it's not working. And it's about AI. You can't just get rid of the people. It's about AI augmenting, wrong correct pronunciation, about using it as tools to improve the things that we do. And Arno touched on that as well. And I think that we are going through with AI, we've gone through this huge expectation, and I think now we're coming down, and it's about then coming out of that, settling those expectations. And I think that, again, I see headlines in social media, AI replaced teachers are finished. No, it's not. We still, and going back to Arno, we need the human connection. People learn, people learn in isolation, but there was also plenty of research around how people connect and learn together. And it may mean that teachers become more about being a guide than a traditional teacher as we know it. But again, that's just another moment in the Industrial Revolution where people change to go from the fields into the factory. And it's an evolution. And I really feel strongly that education really needs to engage in this debate around what do we need the education to be, and what role do we need teachers? But I firmly believe it is not the end of teachers.
Yeah.
And
even when you're talking about revolutions, even like when the printing press came out, it changed education, right? Because then books and knowledge became more accessible to the average person on the streets, and it wasn't just for the rich and famous anymore.
No. And I think that that's one of the great potentials of AI for education. There is an opportunity for a much more democratic, and I did a lot of work, a much more democratic spread of opportunity. I did a lot of work in my university days in Africa, in West Africa and East Africa, and knowing that now, okay, this AI you talked about, ChatGPT study mode, it's not perfect, but that's going to give those kids access to knowledge that they would never have had on their free account. And I think that's for the AI for good. You know, it's not perfect, but I think that's another fantastic opportunity that AI can bring.
Parents talk to their kids about AI risks, and we know, being in the AI space, there is a lot of risks, like bias, information. We just talked about that, and deep fakes. What is your views? It's a bit of a safety question because I know how you feel about the deep fakes as well. So what is your view on deep fakes, and how can parents make children aware of that?
Yeah. So I think that I read a recent UN report that said that deep fakes are the biggest risk that society faces as a whole, as all of us, and it has multiple impacts around economic development as well, around societal development. I think, again, depending on age, and I think this is more for teens. So there's a craze that's been going around where teens have staged a homeless man that is sitting in the living room of a relative, and they share this photograph. And so then you think, I did a post about this, a particular one, about saying, well, use this as a start point for a conversation around what is the impact of deep fake. So who is impacted? The homeless person. It further stigma towards homeless people. In some cases, the police were called. It caused huge distress to the homeowners. So I think then that's a very tangible experience to use with kids, and say, right, let's look at the impact of this. So it starts to look at the impact rather than how the hell do I tell the difference between a deep fake and what isn't a deep fake. Then the other thing about it is saying, unfortunately, and I don't want to say this, but we have to teach our kids to be cynical about what they are viewing, to take that breath and to have that and to think, is what I am seeing true? And if I share this, what would be the impact on someone? And so I think for me, coming from that point of view of emotion is an important one there, because it's going to get to the point that we can never tell the difference. And I loved your post the other day around that you did around hands, or there was some people sitting down, and there was clearly a physical error. I can't remember what it was. And that's going to stop, because there was a Cristiano Ronaldo, and I say that as I duck here in Argentina, where Messi is almost like God. Cristiano Ronaldo got married apparently, and that you could see from the fingers it was a fake photograph. But that stuff is going to stop, because the technology will get better.
But even Sora, the videos of it is so good, and I think it's getting to a point, because that I used a program called Kling, and Kling is known for not being that great, but the same prompt in a different tool, like even Gemini, or even like ChatGPT or any of these tools, Midjourney, it won't have those problems. So I think some tools still need to get better than other tools. But like I said, they will all become really, really good. And you can't really see the difference anymore in a lot of this videos even out there. So clones, I think AI clones, personally for me, I would in my whole life never create a clone of myself. I just can't bridge that line. I just can't do it. But I know a lot of people do, and each to their own.
Yeah, and I think that we're in that element of it's still a novelty. And again, it's that AI fake. Well, what is the impact? There's actually an environmental impact. And I think as Gen Z, and it's interesting, I was doing some research around what are the key concerns they have. And in the research, then the environmental concern doesn't come up as high as I thought it would. But again, another angle to it.
Yeah, I think the environmental impact is a very big conversation
And
for
if I
another
can
time.
add, yeah, no,
Yes.
and I can add
Yes.
to that. And
It-
going back to schools, and there was a parent
Yeah.
who contacted me through TikTok about the advice that his teens had been given at 16, saying that the school had come at AI from an angle of it's bad for the environment, they shouldn't use it, and his daughter will not use it and will not engage purely on that environmental. So it's kind of I was amazed that a school are coming at this from a pro-environmental stand. Yes, it's really important, but that feels narrow.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. I've been diving deep into that because there's pros and cons, but we'll get into that. I think that me and you should have another conversation about that.
That's another summit.
Just how that impacts, right? So
Yeah.
parents talk to their kids about, how can I say this? So say, for example, your kid comes home and sitting at the dining room table at the desk, and then a mom or dad walks in and say, hey, you are using AI to actually write your assignment. Did the school okay this? So I actually was very blessed. I spoke to an entire room, 12 private school principals all at once about AI. And it was one of the best conversations I had from, I would say, these leaders in the schooling space and their views on AI. And a lot of them have implemented school policies and procedures.
Good to hear.
Or they were
Great
still
to
in a
hear.
process of doing so when it comes to teaching, or teaching with AI, or what is allowed with AI, etc. So it was a very, very interesting conversation to have. Now my question is this: is like, when this kid comes home and he's using AI, the parents don't necessarily know what is those procedures and policies, because schools, let's be honest here, they lack to actually have that communication with the parents. So say in this example, the parents have no idea what is allowed and what's not allowed, which, let's be real, is probably most of the time. How do parents support their child using AI in an ethical way?
Yeah, I think it's ideally that a conversation would have happened about AI before, and we need parents, and there's never too early to start and talk about the use of AI. And then again, that's the introduction that we talked about earlier, going through the recommendations. And I think about, I come at this from quite a degree of empathy, and young people who are writing essays now have gone through an incredible period in their lives with COVID. And I think it's also the same with students in university now. And you kind of think these students have come in, or these young people are trying to respond in frameworks which don't exist. And so I think that I come from a position of empathy that this was forced on them, and they're trying to navigate it, and the schools and the universities are hopefully trying to navigate it. So I think it's about, again, coming not from a point of judgment, but a point of curiosity as a parent. Say, coming alongside and saying, what is it that, how are you using ChatGPT? And actually having a framework. I talk about this kind of household AI rules, where things are done in the open and it's used ethically, and private information is not shared. But I would encourage the parent to create an environment where AI chats are shared as part of that privacy agreement, and that they're discussed openly. That you then look at and say to the young person, how are you using AI? I want to learn from you. And if you can see and show me the conversations that you've been having, show me the questions. And if you can see the questions, like Arno was saying, someone being inquiring, great question would be, okay, these are my ideas. These are my ideas for the essay. Please play the counter argument. Please play devil's advocate. That's a great use of developing their thinking, and a great use of AI for a teen. And so, but if they're being very coy about it, being very hiding it, just very few chats, then that's an opportunity to say, well, okay. And there are always, I think the other thing is there are always going to be kids who are going to cheat and use AI in the copy and paste example, and the copy and paste, they will always do that. And there's some interesting research around what percentage of those the kids in groups are. But I think it's about, again, coming alongside and inquiring with a curious mind to learn how your kid is doing it, and then say, well, what if you're just copying and pasting? Isn't that the same as if you're, one was saying, well, if your friend did your homework, what, and rooting it again in reality. It's the same, rooting it in reality, in a previous human experience.
I love that. It's having that conversations, right? And I think when it comes to teens, I think, well, I have a twin, so I can't relate to that yet. But I know I've got a lot of friends that have teenagers. And I think as a parent, sometimes it's a struggle to actually have a conversation with a teen because they are having their own minds. They've got their own set of the rules that they made up for themselves, which is not the parent rules necessarily, but they just do their own thing. And I think it is hard to have those conversations initially with teens because they're influenced by a lot of outside stuff.
Yeah, and I think it is about, I think it's trying to set a framework for you, for AI use in the house with the rules that I suggest some rules in a document which I share on my website, that sets the framework, and you put that in a public place, and that this is how this house operates. And yes, there's always going to be teens that are going to go around it. There's always, but at least you've set a framework for responsible and safe use.
I like that. That is true. So you've mentioned, like we've talked about a lot of, like let's say future readiness. What is, in your opinion, the skills that teens, college grads, even I would say just parents in general, adults in general, what would be the future ready skills that is needed in the next 2 to 5 years?
I think that if we'd say take AI as it will at some point be able to do the donkey work, and that it will be able to automate the process, and of whether it's data entry, whether it's data processing, for example, then that leaves us more time to do more thinking. And actually then it's going to be, and that we know that the AI is doing stuff based on data, that it's being fed, so there's bias. So therefore, just simply, it's about being able to think critically and to think creatively, because you have more space to do it. So that being able, and I am a firm believer that if used correctly, AI can actually help kids to develop their critical thinking, not be this thing that takes it away. For example, if they use it in that idea of play the devil's advocate. So critical thinking is absolutely one. And I think we are going to have, our world is changing so fast that we are going to need to have people to continue to come up with ideas. And because AI doesn't really create the ideas, it gives the opportunity and the space to create ideas, because AI just is basing a guess on what it's been fed. And so it's only giving the next extension. But we have this opportunity to think about, well, how can we use AI to solve global warming? And having that ability to problem solve and to create. So I'd say problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity. And as we said before, the ability to relearn. And within that comes a personal characteristic around resilience. And I think that we're as parents, I'm in my early 50s and I've been through 3 careers, and I've had that experience. And there's still many people of my age, of my generation, who've been in the same type of job all of their career. But this is going to, and it's going to get faster and faster. And young people will get that experience as they go through that churn, but to give them that resilience. And I'm really interested in how can we build resilience in young people in a digital age. And
I think adaptability. No, I agree with you. And I think adaptability is also something, because I think a lot of jobs will be reformed in the next 2 to 5 years. And I mean, it's already
jobs and like social media manager. We didn't know a social media manager would exist about 10 years ago. You know more about this more than I do, but amazing. There's going to be stuff out there that jobs that don't even exist. And that's really exciting. And I think, again, the research shows that kids are concerned about their job prospects, but excited about the potential that this can come, because ultimately I think a lot of young people who are coming at this positively are really seeing the creativity that AI can give them.
Yeah, 100%. I just want to read one of the comments here from Alexander. Once schools embrace AI and start to incorporate into curriculum, teachers will be the key to guiding children to navigate AI responsibly. And I think that's Alex is actually going to be one of the speakers today. And I think that is such an incredible valid point that he's made there. It really is. Stephen, thank you so much. What is your last words of wisdom that you have for the audience, for helping parents to navigate this AI era for their children?
I think it's about thinking, I'm learning to throw the technical stuff out the window. You don't need to know it. You open about that you're learning too, and about having conversations around responsibility, around ethical, safe, and responsible use of AI, and knowing that it's going to change, and it's going to change and evolve. But those fundamentals, I don't think, will change.
That's important.
Yeah, and I think and I mentioned a few things through the call. So I have our website, and on that I have a guide for how parents can talk to their kids of different ages. I have the family rules or family agreement document. Yeah, it's not parents setting rules, it's setting them down together. And I also have conversation starter cards as well, that will help to kind of give some structure around some of the things I've been talking to today.
And if you're on TikTok, I don't know, are you big on other social platforms?
A little bit on Instagram, but yeah,
TikTok.
I can put my details. Also, just to highlight before I go, that I've developed with my partner, I've developed an AI literacy course for teens, and so we're going from 11 up to around about 19, and we've planned it in 3 ways. And so the next start date for that will be November the 15th. So details on the website.
Is it a live course or is it recorded?
It is instructor led by me. Okay. And that is also available if there are any schools on the call. It's available for delivery in schools, or for schools to be able to buy the rights to deliver it as well.
That's great. That's so important.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, and thank you for sharing your knowledge on this. And I mean, and you guys can find Stephen also on TikTok. He's got quite a big, healthy following on TikTok, and he shares a lot of wisdom. He's very active. Like, I can just wish to be as active as you are on TikTok. But you're doing a great job, so keep it up. And thank you so much for your words of wisdom. Thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. That was Stephen, and he shared quite a bit of information with us. My head is spinning. I don't know about yours. I feel like we're having such good discussions about family and AI, and obviously that is what this whole entire summit is about, is to have those conversations with speakers. So I hope you have something to drink. Talk about drink. My throat needs something to drink. So our next speaker that we have is Rachel. So Rachel is already in the background there. Rachel, I'm going to add you to the stage. Hello, how are you, beautiful lady?
I'm amazing. How are you?
I am very good. Thank you so much for agreeing to be on this summit. You have a van full of kids. You are massive in AI space. You've got your own amazing software called Space Wheel. So I thought, when I put the summit together, I'm like, oh my goodness, she would be amazing. She would just have so much knowledge to share.
Thank you for having me. And I think it's fascinating because I've listened to the last couple of calls, and I think I have a different perspective because I have teenagers.
Oh, that would be amazing. I was actually
How many of your people have teenagers right now? Your speakers.
That's a good question. I think not so many. So I think you would be a really good perspective. Yeah.
Do you remember when internet came out?
Yes.
Okay. We were both in the generation when we had internet and our parents didn't know what internet was, right?
Correct.
Okay. Y'all You think you're going to be teaching your kids about AI? Your kids already know AI. They have jailbreaked AI. They use AI for everything. I can tell you 17 ways. There is no way you are monitoring their AI chats because they're having hours of them. They're like, they've hacked them in so many different ways. You have like, and my kids aren't even the hackers. Like, they're not even the hacker community. They just, so yeah, it's fascinating to me. Just, I guess there's a difference between maybe a 5-year-old use of AI, but even that, I'm telling you, by the time they're 8, they're going to be dancing circles around you. But yeah,
I actually already have that. I've got an 8-year-old, and I'm teaching them Canva stuff. And before I knew it, he is in the Canva chat and just chatting away with Canva and basically using up all his credits within half a day, just creating things. I'm like, dude, you're supposed to use your mouth, but you are so right. Rach, please tell us more about teams and what they're using it for and how parents can support that or fight against it.
I don't know if parents need to support it. I think you just need to, at this point, be aware of it. So like, for example, my daughter is 17 or she's turning 17, and she had her first official real boyfriend for like 8 months. Partway through, she realized his texting had changed. And he stopped texting her with poor grammar, and he started using proper grammar when he was texting her. And then she realized, wait a minute, he has a chatbot. He assigned a chatbot to respond to her text messages so that he could, not reply back to her texts. Now, that's something we never, ever would have thought a teenage boy, when dating a girl, would set up an automated response bot so he didn't have to answer her as quickly, so that way he wouldn't have to manage it, like, so it could respond for him while he's like in a football game or something.
Oh my
goodness. I'm just like, you did what? Like, and then, okay. So that's one example. Then when they were breaking up, she didn't like talk to me and her dad about it. She talked to AI and got AI's advice, which was really good advice, to be honest. Like, here's ways to but I just thought it was really fascinating. I'm like, so here's the options that ChatGPT gave me. I'm like, oh, alrighty then. Some of those things I never would have thought had been a thing. And it's fascinating to me because in my family, we actually have a school teacher in our family. And the school teacher's like, I can spot AI when AI writes. I'm like, no, you can't. And I know my children, our school says AI is not allowed. And I want you to guess how many of my children write all of their reports with AI. All of them.
I can imagine, yes.
But I like them not to, yes. If I turn around, I'm like, dude, you just had AI write that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it's okay. I make AI put between 5 and 11 typos. So that way it looks like I'm doing it. And I have my voice scheduled like this. And there's like secret characters AI puts into a paragraph. And the kids already know to wipe those out. They knew to wipe those out before it was ever public on the internet, that that's what you need to be doing. The kids are like the first people using the internet. They can teach you AI. You're probably not teaching them a whole lot, at least not when they're teenagers. They can spot a deep fake. I almost feel like they can spot a deep fake better than their grandparents can. So their grandparents are like, this is truth. Did you not see this person? I'm like, I don't know. Is it? My kids are like, no, it's not. It's deepfake because of this. They can instantly spot a deepfake. So because half the content in their feed is deepfakes. So it's fascinating, absolutely fascinating to me how fast AI is progressing with kids. I also think it's fascinating because the math that I thought, like, it's best for kids to learn like long division. If they learn long division, that's like proper math. Well, long division isn't like working in data arrays, isn't like the way a spreadsheet works, isn't like logic flows like a chat, like build those chats. And what in our country, there was this huge thing about not using Common Core math, but Common Core math actually prepares kids for this. So I just think it's fascinating how fast the kids are. I remember back when AI was first coming out and people were making voices. I went to my kids. I was like, hey guys, did you guys know about like making different, like training it to talk like you and training it to my daughter, who was at that time 11, says, oh mom, I've already done that. I have this version of me that I ask questions if it's this. And then I have this version of me, it's if it's this. And I have this version of me, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, so, and they've done it all with free tools. So, and they jailbreak stuff all the time too. So it's fascinating. But yeah, your kids probably are doing everything. They just aren't telling you. And it's fascinating. Yeah.
So how do you balance that with future jobs? Because I mean, you've got a van full of kids, right? You've got some kids working already, right?
Yeah, we have here. Yeah, I've got here. I'll show you my crazy house. This is my crazy family. Y'all, they're insanity. There they are. They're all bigger than me. That's me in the black shirt, the smallest of the bunch. My oldest two work full time. One's in college and also working full time, and the other one is working full time, like in a local area, like a trade. Yeah. And then my next one down works my next two are also employed. One works at a pizza shop, and the other one works at a cupcake store. The one that works at a cupcake store does social media for additional companies on the side. So she has like 3 or 4 clients that she does their social media for them. And then my youngest 3 are not employed. So,
you've gone through all of this. I mean, because you've been big in AI space, and you've known AI, I think, even before ChatGPT, like getting into automations and marketing and all kinds of amazing, beautiful things behind the scenes. So you really understand how it can influence families and connection and so on.
Even that, I was shocked by my kids. Like I am an AI coder, as in I've built AI tools, and I still thought my kids wouldn't know about that yet. And they came in and they're like, no, this is how it works. I'm like, oh, all right. Good to know. So give you an example. My daughter can take her phone and take a picture of her closet and say, I want something fresh and different that looks not emo today, but like if emo was boho. And it would look at her closet with the pile, because my children do not put their clothes away, and says, you're going to put this shirt with that pants and these leggings and it'll be great.
And that's it.
You did what? Like you took pictures of your closet and it picks your outfits out for you. Oh yeah, that's what you do in the morning. Okay. It does. Like I would never have pictures of that. Another one would be like role-playing games. So let's say they're playing like Dungeons and Dragons and they want to have a different type of character, like think outside the box. It does some stuff like that. It does, honestly, they all use it for a therapist. Like, help me break up with my boyfriend. I'm mad at so-and-so. What should I say? Like that actually, I think is really helpful because they can talk to AI and like help it logically work through an issue with them. The problem though is AI tends to agree with you. So it tends to be, so it tends to agree with you, but they actually, I was talking to my one daughter about that. That was the youngest one at the time. And she said, oh no, I made a version that argues with me. And I made my evil twin. She calls one of them her evil twin. And it's the one like, I'm going to fight with my brother. Tell me how I should fight better. I'm just like, what? You made a bot so you could like, because her brother is like more logical than she is. And so she's like, I wanted to fight with my older brother and win the argument. So I asked it to, and it's snarky. It's like really, really funny. I'm like, this is the chatbot that's your evil twin. Oh my word. They're just hilarious. Yeah. So yes, I am an AI coder, but I have learned about AI from my kids. Like for example, jailbreaking. Whenever ChatGPT first came out, they would limit what you could do with it. And so my kids would do things like pretend you're an academic researcher. I was like, oh, yeah, that's the way you get around this type of thing, Mom. You just say, so they know all the ways to get around making AI limit you. So for us as parents, no amount of rules can get around that. It's a heart issue. Because if their heart is, I want to learn how to do this math so I can now be in charge of AI in the future, well, then they're going to learn the math. But if their heart is, I don't see the point of this math, You can tell them don't use AI, but unless you take away a phone and take away their internet access and take away access to a computer, they're using AI. And are they using AI to do their homework? Oh, yes, they are using their AI to whether you think they are or not, unless you're like literally watching them. And I have too many kids to do that. So yeah, but they were already doing all of those things, just like we were when internet first came out and the internet, like my parents didn't know what I was doing. They were like, you type into Google like this, guys, and then it can deliver stuff. And I'm like, dude, we've been doing that forever. I'm on chat forums and I'm in Reddit subthreads with who knows what I'm doing. So, it's back. Think of AI back as that time when we were first on the internet and we knew far more about the internet than our parents did. Our children know far more about AI than we do, even an AI coder.
How do you balance that with community and connection then? Because aren't you concerned, or maybe you've stepped upon this with your kids, that you're losing that human connection with them because they turn to the AI bot more for help and assistance?
I always think that AI makes the human connection more valuable.
Can you explain that?
So think about it. When every interaction is automated, how much more important does a person become to you? For example, in our area, you have some options when you wash your car. You can go through the automated car wash. You can go through the automated car wash. It's $6. Now, if I want to spend more, it's more valuable to me now to have a person come do it because they're going to catch all the spots on my car that the other person. So now what was maybe a low wage job now became more important because we have all these cheap ones over here. This is my differentiating factor. So in the same way, like that automated checkouts, do you guys have it where you can click those things? Well, now getting to talk to a person is more valuable because we value it more. We like getting to see people. I think it almost makes community more important, not less. I don't think AI will take away the need for people because people are human beings who crave human beings. So we're not going to stop craving human beings just because AI is around. We're just going to use AI for the awkward stuff. Like when I'm at a football game and my girlfriend's really needy, I'm going to have the AI bot talk to my girlfriend so she leaves me alone so I can go back to watching my football games. But then kids are going to be like, wait a minute. Like, I love the thought, but like the kids know.
And then they'll catch each other out and say, hey, you're supposed to speak to me, not using AI to speak to me.
Exactly. And guess what? Then she uses AI to write the thing to break up with him. So she did it too. But like, they still want a relationship. They still want a girlfriend and a boyfriend. That's not going away. Does that make sense? They're just using AI to assist in relationships and assist in interactions.
I love your valid points. You've got some really good perspective and
I wish I didn't have this perspective because I wish I didn't have teenagers. I'm like, what did you guys just do? Our school district got rid of all phones and all non-school devices, which means the school provides the device and it's locked down. So you can't do very much with it. And the kids are still figuring out ways to add AI into it. But the school district is trying to limit AI and their way of doing it is they're limiting the devices. So the kids can only get access to devices that are the school issued device that has the school programs on it, nothing but school programs on it. And they can't have phones or smartwatches or smart calculators or in the school.
Do you think that is smart though? Because I mean, like I'm thinking when I was a kid, if my dad takes things away from me, I'll just find another way around it. So
I mean, there's no
them.
If your kids are having a phone in school, I guarantee you all of their schoolwork or 50% of their schoolwork is being completed by AI.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Because I mean, that's what they're going to do in the workplace. So, I mean, I guess there's a certain age where you're going to get like, oh, well, there's no point for them to not use AI because they're going to use it when they start work in a year or two.
Honestly, that's actually one of the reasons why, like, whenever kids do homework together, I don't consider it to be cheating if they use each other to help each other with homework. Because in the workplace, you use your resources, which would be your coworker to help you with something. So if math isn't your thing and math is so-and-so's thing, well, great, get together and he helps you with math. Like, as long as you're part of that process in some way, then you're using like additional resources that you have access to. As long as they're still using their brains in that process, then we're still good.
Yeah.
The problem is if they like completely peace out and don't do any of it, but yeah.
Yeah, because my concern is the critical thinking. And I mean, like you've heard the conversations, we've talked about that. Stefan he's got a question, well, not a question, a statement. School systems were set up to block websites, but the way ChatGPT works, then school systems can't block. So they can't block I mean, you can do it at home.
Our school district is able to block ChatGPT, but they can't block Gemini because it's Google. So like, so what the kids are using it through Google Sheets right now. So they've blocked it through all of those other websites, but inside Google Sheets, there's a spot where you can like chat with Google, and that's how they're using it. They're using Perplexity and Google through Google Sheets. Yeah. And I'm sure the school district will find out that they're doing that, and then they'll find a different way to.
I just think the school districts, it's by the sounds of it, that they're playing a cat and mouse game. It's just going to go in circles forever. Yeah. You know, like Tweety and the cat. I can't remember the cat, but that cartoon from Tweety and the cat, they just constantly fight and disrupt each other where they can. And I feel like it's like that.
So it's almost, we need to teach kids using AI, because how can you teach them now to do all of the tasks that they need with AI? Like that could change the game for them. But yeah, it's kind of crazy.
So you're big on communities. I mean, you've built communities. You're big on authenticity and being yourself online. And I just love that about you, by the way. So how can we teach kids to, apart from like just the AI stuff, but in the scrolling communities, and, you know, kids scroll and they live online. How can we teach them to show up authentic? Do you have insight on that?
I don't think you can teach someone to be authentic exactly. I think you just encourage your kids that whenever they screw up on the internet, the internet has a short attention span. Give it a year and no one will remember what you just did. And also to teach them that everything you do lives online. So you get to craft what persona you want people to see. And they're going to craft personas you're not going to want them to craft. And you're going to have to be like, okay, so good news is that persona will disappear eventually online. Also bad news, everyone gets to see this current persona of who you are. You don't get to hide it. Kids are at least my kids are very aware of branding online. So like, I'm going to have this type of brand, or I'm going to do this because it's my vibe or my fit or my ethos or whatever. It's my emo. So they're very, very, I think they're actually more aware of how they're perceived through internet than adults are. And like I said, compare them to my parents, they don't know what a deep fake is. They don't know about branding and how to position yourself online. Like, for example, the kids, like, I was like, oh, you've been dating so-and-so for a while. Are you guys like, I don't see him anywhere on your feed. Oh, we're not ready for that yet. So like they
literally live online.
The stages, like, it's just fascinating. No, they're very aware of what people perceive content online. They're very aware of how that content is perceived.
That's incredible, because I mean, we didn't grow up with social media. Like, I'm very grateful for that. Because my crikey, like the things that we can get up to as kids, and I feel bad for these kids because they live on social media, and like I say, the whole world, you know, it's out there for everybody to see, and it lives there, so people will know what you're up to. Would you think that AI and deepfakes, because I know there was it in June, July, that you guys had a bill passed for, say, Take It Down? I think it's called Take It Down, that Trump implemented, where there was this girl that was really badly affected by deepfakes, and I think it was June or July this year that bill got implemented because of deepfakes and how they just really bullied her.
What does the word bull mean?
Bill, B-I-L-L.
A bill.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I didn't hear about a bill with like much of deepfakes or anything like that. I'm sorry.
I know. No, that's okay. That's okay. I'm because I research a lot of this stuff, you know, so I always know what's happening and what's popping up on the safety side of AI. Do you think, as a last question for you, before I have another funny question, but like a deep question for you, do you think deep fakes will become the norm with our next generation, where they haven't necessarily, but I mean, like where they haven't necessarily did it with themselves, they didn't create their own AI clone, and then they would see a video and it's not actually them?
That's already happening.
Yeah.
That's not the future. That is happening right now. For example, in the United States, Trump deepfaked everybody because he put up things of, here's all the violence happening in Portland. That was violence happening in Portland like 5 years ago in one little spot, and they just rearranged it and they put deepfake stuff into it. Then he had look at anything on his feed. He does deepfakes all day long. And like literally, like, I mean, like, for example, he put sombreros, which is like a Mexican hat, and I think he was trying to make fun of like that these senators are from Mexico, saying that they're illegal immigrants. I think that's what his point was. But he put sombreros on all these senators' heads. Like, they don't actually show up in sombreros. Like, no, deepfakes, that ship has sailed. Like, it's now mainstream news.
Yeah. And that's quite bad though, because it influences the views on a lot of things, right? So online is becoming almost
recognize it.
Yeah.
Recognize it. Our parents don't.
That's true. Yeah,
so
that's very, very true.
They're like, that's deep fake. That's not real. I don't know necessarily, like, they could recognize something's real sometimes even before I can. But the parents, like my age and older, were like, oh, we believe what we believed the news. It was on Fox News. It must be a riot happening. No, it's not a riot happening. That's fake. You can tell because of this. But they're trained because they see so much fake, they can identify it a lot faster. So we are worried about them seeing the deep fakes, but whereas I think we should ask them, hey, do you think this is real or do you think this is fake? And they'll be able to tell you whether it's real or not.
That is so true. My 11-year-old, almost 12-year-old, came to me the other day, goes, Mom, AI is getting so good. I almost didn't recognize that it was AI, but I did. I'm like, yeah, of course you did.
That's what I mean. We're having these we're thinking, is it deep fake? The kids are like, oh, I don't trust any of those videos. It's because this is this. Oh, I'll make you my own. I made one of a panda bear playing with my kitty cat, Mom. Like, it's just, there's a panda bear in the backyard playing with our dog. Like, you're like, what? So can you tell if it's real, Mom? Like, so they've already shifted on that. And yeah.
What's your last words of wisdom for families with teens and community and connection? What advice do you have for families when they're really concerned about AI and just connection in general, and basically, AI taking over the world, which I don't think it will, but what knowledge or what wisdom can you share?
Talk to your kids, but like AI is just like the internet was for us. It is the internet for the kids. So if we didn't fail and we weren't successful because of the internet, we just continued on. Like, the world continues on. If we love our kids and if we engage with them, there's no reason to be afraid of AI or not afraid of AI. It's just the internet. Like, it's like what the internet was for us with our parents.
Correct.
And if we have a relationship with our kids, AI will not replace relationships. People will always still crave a real human. That's one of the reasons why my software platform, we have live human chat, because we know, yes, we could have AI do it, but people actually want to talk to a human. So they want to have real live human support. So we have real live human support because people can tell if it's AI, and they can tell and they get frustrated with it. So we want them to have a real human, and they can get frustrated with a real human, but it feels like it's a real connection. So make sure you still have those. If you can talk to your people, your children, if you can talk to your customers, if you can talk to the people at your church or in your civic and community centers, those relationships won't go away. So as long as you're talking to people, you'll be fine.
Thank you, Rachel. Before you go, please tell us quickly about Page Wheel. I think it's an amazing software, and I think as a entrepreneurial mom, right, I think it's something that basically moms can use. It's so simple. It simplifies business. But can you just tell us a little bit about your software and where people can reach you?
Yeah, it's literally the easiest and fastest way to grow a website on the internet right now. So if you come on here, I'm going to share my screen. Do you see it there?
I don't know. Hold on, let me see.
So
All right.
this is the website that PageWheel can make for you. If you don't like the looks of it, you can hit refresh and get a different look. You can get refresh and get a whole different layout. Change it from a coaching call to a digital product. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And there's my new website.
That's amazing.
It wrote the website in seconds. So we basically said, AI, can you make us websites instantly? And it said, yeah, sure, we'll do that for you. Well, here we go. Looks good next. And we are now live. My website's now live.
That's amazing.
Yep,
So guys, if you want to build a website quickly, and if you don't have any tech experience or anything like that, please reach out to Rachel. I think her software is amazing. And, let's spend less time on technology and more time connecting with people. I think that's the most
Let
important thing.
AI automate all the things so we can actually do the things we love, which is interacting with people.
Exactly. Rach, thank you so much for being on here. And we just love having you on here. Your knowledge, especially from a team perspective and an online perspective, it's just been amazing. I really appreciate your time and thank you so much.
Have a good one. See you later.
Bye. Thank you, everyone, for still being here and hanging out with us. And that was Rachel Miller, and she is from Dallas, Texas. And she had a great perspective on teens and really sharing her knowledge with us on that. So our next guest speaker is Hailey. I'm going to bring her up now. And Hailey, are you ready? There you are. Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. So Hailey is the founder of Grounded in Courage. It's a movement empowering families to heal, reconnect, and rise with courage. A devoted homeschooling mom, community leader, she blends wellness, mindful parenting, and soulful leadership to help others turn healing into legacy. I got that right, hey? Making sure. Hailey, please tell people a little bit about you and what do you do behind the scenes?
So I am a single mother to 3 daughters, a 5-year-old, 18-year-old, and 21-year-old. And I have been single for 6 years by choice. I say single just because I'm raising my children. That's part of my story. And so having, this all kind of ties in. So I am raising my children, and we've had 6 solid years of healing and just amazing, a connection that I really feel like wouldn't be there if I was dating or in a relationship. And I just kind of felt called from my higher power to the divine, just to kind of, just to observe and to heal with my kids. So here we are 6 years later. Sounds crazy saying 6 years, but it's been amazing. And my older daughter lives in California in Huntington Beach. And my 2 other girls live with me. My 18-year-old just graduated, and we are just on a mission to help families and help with legacy leadership. And my daughters actually are on my part of my team also. So we're all building things together and podcasts and different things.
That's amazing. So talking about courage, that's something that I think we should be more of. We should be more courageous in a world where I think it can just knock you down online. That's my personal opinion. So what do you think courage looks like in a family on an ordinary day when things just feel less messy and loud?
I feel like courage takes, in a family, absolutely, it takes courage for each one of us, even my 5-year-old, to stand up and to share and to communicate. And communication is huge. And I feel like I'm really big about legacy leadership. And so creating that communication and connection is our greatest inheritance. So creating that connection with our 5-year-old, our 18-year-old, our new adult, the age gap is real. So even if we have households where there's different ages and different schedules and different things, it's still attainable to create that. If we have the courage to be present and to show up and to continually show up and stay in touch with each other, right? Even if we're in the same house. I just have a zero tolerance for any chaos or chaotic, I could have a 5-year-old who pesters my 18-year-old, and I've created this harmony in my home, and that's taken courage, and that's taken so much courage from each one of them also. So I feel like creating courage, being courageous in your home is just being able to communicate, being safe enough, comfortable enough to communicate with your parents. I feel like that's such a big thing right now with everything, with AI and with just technology in general.
I really love that. how do you balance AI in your house? Like, what is one of the main things that you use AI for?
So, so it's crazy. I'll just share something really quick. So I've seen the dark side of tech and turned it into light through my story. And as a single mom, it's been an assistant to me. It's created this, helping me plan, helping me create, helping me, I don't want to say parent because I'm not asking it for parenting skills. I'm asking it for help, for advice, right? For assisting me and for guidance, for, maybe sharing something that happened with my 18-year-old and her struggles with graduating, and then AI giving, us going back and forth. And it's really helped me understand unlearning too with homeschooling. And with helping my child graduate, with my new adult, there's so many things as a single parent, and that's why I stress the single parent thing, that we can't always ask everybody else. We can't always outsource our questions. We can't always, of course, there's plenty of support and community, but using AI, I went from being scared of tech and not even owning a phone for a while, because of some things I went through, that to like my daughters are like, Mom, this is crazy. We're like, it's empowering to be here talking about this right now, because it changed my life. It's taken the mental load off of me trying to keep my children safe, trying to navigate alone, it literally helped bridge the gap with AI being an ally, not a threat. And creating this, even my daughter, my 17-year-old, with her boyfriend, and going through issues, or going through, not even with her boyfriend, with anything worldly, right? Coming to your mom, and I'm a single parent, coming to your mom and having, asking for advice, and we share things, right? And they listen to us, but at the same time, they're trying to figure out, navigate on their own. Well, I've asked her a couple of times, we'll ask ChatGPT, see what, to get some feedback. And so, she has, and then she's come to me, and not that she was asking ChatGPT for the answer to her problem, but she asked it to get a second opinion. And then once she got that second opinion, and maybe say it was aligned with what I was sharing or guiding her, it helped her. It sounds crazy, but it's so true. It helped build trust with us, knowing that I had her back, knowing that I wasn't trying to tell her, guide her the wrong way or tell her what she needs to do. I literally felt like, I wasn't saying ask ChatGPT to be a lazy parent. I wanted her to just get a second opinion. And, I was in therapy for 5 years. She's had a therapist. We've had a really good support system in person, right? My therapist, he's amazing. For 6 years, his wife was her therapist. And so we've had this team of people that we would be able to reach out to. So it's not like we were desolate and not, but also learning to navigate in the world of technology. I know that it's so important for a 5-year-old. I know she's in her true essence, and watching her turn into this little girl and watch, just see the world evolve and stay aligned with my 18-year-old. It's been a real blessing to have them aligned. So just, I guess just, we use that in a lot of different ways, for recipes, but for bridging, it's literally changed my life and I say that like wholeheartedly, helped me reclaim my power that I lost.
That is a very different perspective, to ask ChatGPT for a second opinion. I must admit, that's something I haven't thought of doing, and I think it's a fresh perspective. Do you think the different tools will have different second opinions? If you look at like Perplexity, because it's fed, or Claude, because it uses different, information backgrounds. Is that something that you encourage in your house as well, to use different tools?
No, not really. As things come out, and as things, like my 5-year-old has a buddy that's on Grok, that is her storytime buddy. But I'm sitting right next to her, I'm interacting with her, but it helps her use her creativity and helps her do things. So it's not that I'm going to ask my 5-year-old to ask questions about anything. I don't ever want her to even open that door, right? Because she's 5 and that's something. But having a 17-year-old that not that she's asking everything, because she really doesn't use ChatGPT. I encourage my girls to do it more, but not that I'm pushing them towards that way. I just want them to have a broader perspective.
Yes.
So as more things come out, you know, and I know there's things are built differently. I don't encourage them to take that as a first route, but as in a more in a creativity or creative mode, you know, to kind of see and explore.
How do you, because obviously, you know, homeschooling and teaching your kids, how would you use AI as a teaching assistant for your children?
So for my 5-year-old, that's a different. I don't want.
And that's one of the reasons I'm picking your brain on this, because I feel like, because Rachel just talked about that, like there's such a big gap in age. You know, if you have like even just a tween in comparison to a teen is already different in comparison to a 5-year-old or 8-year-old. So it's such a massive gap. So, I mean, if you have examples of both, that would be great.
Yeah, I think, let me think of something. Okay, so Winter, she's 5. She's very creative. We're always dreaming. I'm in this, you know, with my older girls, when I raised them, it was more survival, right? It was chaos, kind of, I mean, survival. And so now we're just barely coming into this. We've been healing for the last 6 years. So Winter came into healing, my 5-year-old, you know, so she's just been in full healing for just, she's been all seeing us thriving together and growing. So seeing how she has evolved from being creative, we're chasing our dreams. I'm encouraging my older daughters to chase their dreams. We're chasing our dreams together. We're creating podcasts. We're growing. And with Winter, she's seeing that. She's mirroring that. So she wants to chase her dreams. So she asks people in the grocery stores, like, hey, what's your, you know, hi, what's your dream? Or what do you want to do? Or the guy at the gas station, you know? And so she started sharing her dreams with me. She wants to build a bakery. And so I said, okay, do you want to build a bakery? And so she said, yeah. And so I grabbed ChatGPT, and of course we're creating together. But so then I said, okay, I turned it on and let her start sharing. And as the interaction started happening, she was like just lit up. And so by the end of our, I guess, session, I'll say, she created a bakery, and the Enchanted Bakery. She modeled the whole inside. We have it saved because she said she wants to wait till she's 7 so she can reach the counter. But she literally has this whole, I mean, down the street is going to be, then she created a couple of weeks ago, she decided she wanted to create, she just came to me and said, Mom, I want to create a hotel for moms and children and moms and kids. And I said, okay. And she's like, can we add it to my bakery? So then she wanted to not do ChatGPT without me, but with me. And so we created this hotel for mothers and children, and there's no pets are allowed. And of course, grandma's soup is served and my sandwiches. And she has created this whole, it's serious to her, you know, it's very, it's not fake. It's not like a game. It's like, she's really like, that's going to happen. And so that's where we go with that, with the 5-year-old outlook. And then the story buddy. And then if we get ideas, but I don't push it on her a lot. I ask her and I invite her if she wants to do things. I'm learning about homeschool.
Yes.
This is so different than my 21-year-old and my 18-year-old, you know, I don't want to put her in school, so it's not even an option. So I want to unlearn. So learning about unlearning, I'm asking homeschool questions like that, but I'm not and pairing homeschool with her and AI, because I want to learn as a mother, but I don't want her to think that's a tool for school. I kind of want to use it in private, you know, until I learn how to, because right now that's just building her dreams, and that's an assistant for us both, right? So for my 17-year-old, helping her, I just encourage her to ask about, because she wants to do different things. She wants to be an interior designer. She wants to do dental, you know, and I really encourage her to ask, like, okay, what if I have a couple different things, and how, you know, if I like interior design, what are some schools that would be, kind of share with it like you share with me. And she's like, Mom, no, you know, that's just thinks it's silly, but I'm like, I want her to, and then so when I tell her to do something, it's fine, and then she doesn't do it, and then later she does it. She's like, okay, I actually did ask, you know, and she shares with me, and that's what I want. I don't want her to ask for herself. I want her to share so she could have some creative intake. And so just giving her ideas and giving her, it gave me AI gave me back my sense of safety and creativity and confidence. So I just want to help others know that it's not just a business tool, or it's not just a tool that you can I mean, literally, I went from fear to literally to feeling confident and comfortable and knowing that I could have this secure. It was something that was consistent and secure and always showed up the same way without reaching out to other people, you know?
I love that. It's really good. Sarah in the comments here is saying that she loves how you use AI to chase your dreams. I think that is a very unique perspective, and it's building like little businesses, and because there's a lot of skills that you can use to build to basically to chase your dreams. And I think it's like creating a business, basically doing that. So I think it's a really cool perspective. And I think that's the one thing that makes AI so unique, is that we can use it to do things that we could not do 5 years ago, because you would spend months or weeks setting up a business plan or even creating a curriculum for your kids, but now you can use it in minutes with AI. So you have more time to do the important things, like, you know, creating that courage in your family like you're doing. And I think that's such an important thing to do. The role of mindfulness and self-awareness, that plays a huge role in parenting. So how do you balance that with AI, that self-awareness part of it all?
So, like I said, I was in therapy for 5 years, but obviously, you know, when I started therapy, I was like, I don't want to go backwards. I want to go forward. I want to grow. Yeah. I went through a lot of transition, a lot of things. And in the end of the 5 years, it wasn't like, wow, I went through therapy. I gained tools. You know, when you go through therapy, you apply yourself, you have to do the work. And it's not only, you know, there's things that still surface, and there's things that we still work through, and we have good days, we have bad days. And I just got to a point where when I took a big pivot, because I have been through domestic violence and different things, and went through a lot of different things I would have never, I mean, I grew up with brothers, and then all of a sudden there's all these things happening that I would have never fathomed. And I got to a point where I would just be in tears and be like, who do I want to help? And then I decided I asked AI, I've been through these things. I want to help mothers like me, and got a full curriculum, you know, got a mastermind, got all these things created, even through mastermind.com, through their program and different things. And Tony and Ryan Blair was that. And through Ryan Blair's programs, you know, that's where I really discovered AI, was really through Ryan Blair's altar call, kind of his teachings and things. And I just started asking questions like about leadership and about if I was really equipped to do this, you know, and if I was really equipped to do this. And I got a lot of feedback and a lot of encouragement, you know. And sorry guys, sorry, my mom's in there with my daughter, and I don't think they know that I'm live. So a lot of the leadership it came from AI, but my encouragement of, you know, sharing my story, getting raw feedback, and knowing that I was only sharing with AI. It wasn't that I was sharing with other people and getting all these different opinions. It was like I was isolated in a sense. And so creating with AI, or telling AI, like when I took a pivot, I went from wanting to help moms who had been through domestic violence to realizing, like, wait, I don't know if I want to go there. Like, I think I want to help the children, because I'm so connected to my child who's in her true essence. I'm helping my child graduate, who's, you know, it's literally only me, like their dads are not around. And I'm helping these children, and they're my children. And I want to, if the mom wants to get help, you know, so I started asking AI, like, wait, okay, is this, it started feeling like it was like my values or something wasn't right, because I went from wanting to help people like me to helping other people who were, and anyways, to make a long story short, there was so much comfort and so much confirmation through these conversations that I had, just by sharing these questions, you know, about pivoting, about leadership, about my mission, about being a single parent, that really helped direct me, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm really self-sufficient and I'm self-led, but having that, using technology for good and not evil has really opened new doors, I guess.
Yeah. I love how you use it to open the doors, chase dreams, and use it in a connection form that empower you and not let the world just get you down. What insight do you have for moms going through the same things? How can they use it to feel empowered?
I think just having the courage. I mean, crowning the courage is really where this all came into.
Yeah.
Because it took courage to ask questions. It took courage to share this intimate information, about your journey, or, I mean, just start playing with it, start asking questions, start saying, just asking questions, I guess, getting creative with AI. You could say, can you help me find my dream job? Can you help me figure out, ask AI to ask you a list of questions that would help you identify with your path and your purpose. I mean, that's really where things got creative, is instead of asking AI, ask AI to ask you the questions to help you identify your mission, or what you really are passionate about, or what, what you really want for your future and your family. And it really, I want to do like something on this too, because I feel like empowering mothers to feel confident enough to feel safe in tech, to be able to share these struggles, or, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a bit of a safety perspective? Because I feel like, obviously it's an AI and it lives on the internet. So I just want to touch on the safety, aspect of this, as you know. And so feeding this information into AI, like the first thing comes to mind is, like, I've had conversations with people when they're like, oh, but you can't share your private information with AI because it lives on the internet and they can use that to train the model on it and all of that stuff. What do you think about that? Like, I mean, what's the level of private details that you share for AI to help you?
I always feel like I've been through a lot. So when you go through things where your privacy is invaded and your safety is compromised, and you have seen the dark side of tech, you get to a point where it doesn't matter whatever you're sharing.
Yeah.
I guess I got to a point where whatever I was sharing, if other eyes saw it, I wasn't afraid. So that's kind of the courage that it took too, is not to be afraid to hide behind anything. Like, I got to a point where I was hoping that if somebody else was reading what I was sharing or asking, that it would help them either better themselves as a person. And yeah, I just hope every family finds ways to use these tools to not replace humanity, but restore it, So
yeah, use it for the greater good.
Yeah, exactly. There's just so much good about it, that there's so much negative, but there's so many things too that we really have to reclaim our royalty. And I just made a post yesterday that was about reclaiming our royalty as parents and not being in this fear. I mean, there are a lot of things that we should be safe with, be careful with, but taking risks and keep our kids safe. We have to learn more about it too, if we want to be able to share with our children, right?
Yeah, 100%. Hayley, any last words of wisdom for the people watching this? Any advice, tips when it comes to using AI for courage and mindfulness and all the beautiful things that comes with being a parent?
I just think that even you just saying mindfulness, it made me think of mindfulness activity or mindfulness activities I've done with my children, even, or myself. And I think that just going from courage to fear and realizing that, we have to be safe. Absolutely. And technology is something that's growing, but the more we stray away from it, the more we hide from it, the harder it is. If we don't want to have children, that's fine. You don't have to learn it. But when you're having children, I'm so passionate about legacy leadership that we have to leave these children and teach them, unless we're going to raise them away from computers and whatever. It's something that has to happen, that we have to learn it, embrace it, and take baby steps, take it slow. There's not there's a lot out there, but it's very fine-tuned to where it is there for you. And it's hard to say until you experience it, but just be brave.
Yeah, I think you're doing amazing. How can people get in touch with you when they want to reach out and chat, or what do you have to offer for people?
So right now I am actually, my daughter Winter and I, who's 5, we just started a podcast yesterday. our first podcast episode. So that's on Spotify. It is, I think it's called Crown and Courage. It's a mini edition I'm doing with her because I'm going to do another one with my older daughters. But that's called Crown and Courage. And yeah, I was actually practicing for a podcast, and then all of a sudden she came in the room and I'm like, wait, let's do this, and so she wanted to do it, so here we are. And then my Facebook page is Haley Nicholson 41. I still am working on things with Crown and Courage. It's so sacred to me, and it's just something I really want to launch properly and with the right team. So yeah, just feel free to reach out if anybody has any questions. Also, I'm happy to engage and share more of my story, and I will be sharing more of my story in the podcast as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Hailey. Really appreciate you having you on here and sharing all your knowledge. All right. Thanks, Hailey. See you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
It's been a full-on almost 2 hours, everybody. It has so fun. Our next guest is Alexander, but before we're going to get to him, we are going to have a short little break. Now, I have been, like I mentioned before, I have been using AI to teach my children, and even I'm learning myself on how to learn. So I thought it would be a cool little video to play while I'm just having a bit of a stretch legs and having a glass of water and then just taking a bit of a break. But I'm going to play this video because I think it is going to be helpful for you all to learn how to learn.
Today, we are, or you feel like you just can't.
It wasn't supposed to do that just yet. So this video is inspired by an author called Jim Quick, and he has a child. He had a brain injury, and he had to learn how to learn and how to do anything really. So yeah, before we get to Alexander, I'm going to play this video, and yeah, we'll be back straight after that. It's only a short 5-minute video.
Information being thrown at you every single day. Well, you are definitely not alone. Our modern world puts a massive strain on our brains. But what if I told you the problem isn't your brain at all, but actually how you've been taught to use it? And to really get this, we have to start with the story of Jim Quick himself, a man who for years truly believed his own brain was permanently broken. See, after a head injury back in kindergarten, Jim had a really, really hard time with learning. And one day, his teacher, trying to explain his situation, pointed at him right there in front of the whole class and said those exact words. Can you imagine? That painful label, the boy with the broken brain, became his identity for years. He worked so much harder than anyone he knew, but by the time he got to college, he was failing, and he was just about ready to quit. He was completely exhausted, overwhelmed, and felt totally hopeless. And that's when a mentor stepped in and completely reframed his entire problem. And boom, this is the insight that changed absolutely everything. Here's the thing. Our brains are these incredibly powerful tools, but they don't come with an owner's manual, right? School taught us what to learn, math, history, science, but it never ever taught us how to learn. Okay, so let's crack open that manual. And the very first chapter, the foundation for literally everything else, is all about your mindset. This chart breaks down our internal programming perfectly. On one side, you've got the fixed mindset. That's the belief that your intelligence and your abilities are just set in stone. But on the other, you've got the growth mindset, the understanding that your brain can adapt, it can grow, it can get stronger. The key takeaway here is that your beliefs directly determine your outcomes. It's as simple as that. Jim Quick uses this brilliant analogy to explain it. Think of your brain as the most powerful supercomputer in the world, while your self-talk, that's the program you're choosing to run on it. So if you tell yourself, oh, I'm just not good at remembering names, you've literally just programmed your supercomputer to not remember names. All of our behavior is driven by our beliefs. You change the program, and you will change the performance. So once your mindset is programmed for growth, what's the next step? Well, now it's time to upgrade your methods. It's finally time to learn how to learn in a way that actually works. One of the most powerful techniques, and it's totally backed by neuroscience, is called active recall. Now, this isn't about passively rereading your notes over and over and over again, hoping something sticks. No, it's the total opposite. It's about closing the book, looking away from the screen, and forcing your brain to actually retrieve the information. And this right here is the key difference. See, just rereading your notes is simple recognition. The information feels familiar, sure, but it's totally passive. Recollection, on the other hand, is active. It's the mental workout that strengthens that memory pathway, just like lifting a weight builds a muscle. So, you want to know a great test for this? Try to explain what you've just learned to somebody else. Or, hey, even just explain it out loud to yourself. This forces you to organize your thoughts and truly recall the key concepts. And if you stumble, if you can't do it simply, well, now you know exactly where you need to focus your attention. Okay, now let's talk about the hardware itself. I mean, you can have the best software, the best learning techniques in the world, but if the hardware, your physical brain, isn't fueled properly, you're always going to be fighting an uphill battle. And get this statistic is absolutely wild. Your brain only makes up about 2% of your body's mass, but it consumes a whopping 20% of the nutrients and oxygen you take in. So what's the bottom line? It means your lifestyle choices, what you eat, what you drink, how you move, they matter a lot. So what does that brain fuel actually look like? Well, here are 3 non-negotiables. First, movement. As your body moves, your brain grooves. Exercise is key. For nutrition, Quick loves foods like blueberries, he calls them brain berries, and other stuff rich in antioxidants and omega-3s. And finally, sleep. This one is absolutely non-negotiable. It's when your brain cleans out waste and, crucially, solidifies what you learned during the day. Okay, so how can you actually put this into practice tomorrow morning? Here is a super simple routine to prime your brain for the day. First, hydrate and get some sunlight in your eyes to set your internal clock. Next, spend a few minutes journaling to clarify your thoughts and set a clear mission for the day. And finally, just move your body for a few minutes. It gets that blood and oxygen flowing right to your brain. So you see, when you combine the right mindset, the right methods, and the right fuel, learning stops being a chore. It stops being a struggle. It becomes your greatest advantage. This quote from Jim Quick just summarizes the whole message perfectly. In a world that is changing faster than ever, your ability to learn quickly and effectively is the ultimate skill. It really is a superpower. So think of this explainer as just a few pages from that owner's manual you were never given. You are not your past. Your brain is capable of so much more than you probably realize. So the only question left is, what are you going to build with it?
All right, can everybody see me again? Alrighty. That was a fun little video that we created with Notebook LM, me and my kids. And the reason I thought it's such a great thing to share is because what I did is I added a whole bunch of videos from YouTube based on Jim Quick into Notebook LM, and then Notebook LM created that video. So the whole exercise took me 10-15 minutes. It's just an amazing new way to actually learn how to learn and how to use AI to learn. So our next guest speaker is Alexander. Hello, Alexander. How are you?
How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you.
All right. I needed to have a bit of a refresher, sitting on my
bet,
bum
yeah.
for 2 hours. But it's been fantastic. So, all right. Let me just change our views a little bit. There we go. I want to say thank you to you for going to have a conversation with me when it comes to mental health and AI. I think it is incredibly important. And we've had amazing guest speakers so far, each one with their own perspective and initiatives and so on. And I think something that you bring to the table is different, but yet also so important. And so Alexander, he's a passionate mental health advocate, as you guys can obviously figure out of what I've been saying with him. And his message is simple. It's to reach out, listen longer, and to remind someone that they matter. Alex, how are you? Again, thank you so much for being here. And can you please tell people a little bit about you and how you came about in the mental health and all of that?
Yeah, well, I'm a business person, and I got interested in AI 3 years ago when everyone else did, and just didn't really think that it was working very well, which led me down a path to really start learning it and how to use it effectively. And that led to myself and my business partner realizing that for our kids, now my child's 14, so at the time he was 11, just turning 11, that they were not going to learn AI in school. So we created a course and started teaching our kids how to use it responsibly and effectively so that they could handle it, they could use it in school and not copy and paste and cheat. And
Yeah.
that was the path that we were going on with AI. During that time, I was in therapy, and I'd been in therapy for 2 years and changed a bunch of different therapists. And I never expected to be in therapy. I didn't know how it worked. I didn't know what to do. And then basically spent 2 years not really improving and not understanding the process. So one
Wow.
day I was frustrated, went in the office, and I told my business partner, Kanji, I am not doing this anymore. I'm going to quit it. It's not working. And he came up with an idea thinking that with what we're doing with AI, I can create some tools that will help you understand it, maybe guide you through therapy. And that led me into the journey of using those tools. I found a new therapist who was willing to use AI in therapy, and that
Wow.
just completely changed my life. The therapist was shocked at the things that they were seeing, and then that made us realize, I think we have something here that can help people. So we
Yeah.
developed a mental health platform for both individuals to use, but primarily for therapists to use to get an insight into all the missing time in between therapy sessions, where therapists don't have a lot of insight to what happens. The individuals or the patients can't really describe it very well. So AI is helping to bring those moments to light in detail and then analyze them to help the mental health journey for both the patient and the therapist. So kind of a side journey into AI and mental health.
Yeah. Because you never actually thought of it like when you go to therapy. I've never been in therapy, but just thinking now, you go to therapy, have your session, and then you go away for like a week or whatever. And that week you have to learn to deal with all of that stuff. So, and then you go back again. So it's almost like you're taking 5 steps back before you can actually step forward, right? Am I correct when I say that? So you are bridging that gap between the therapy sessions and basically the healing part.
Yes. So part of the solution is that our platform is that the individual can use a mobile app and then journal every day, just whether it's short or long, just little things that happen. So good things, bad things, how they're feeling. They get some feedback from that. And then at the end of the week, AI will analyze that. And then the power happens when the individual shares that weekly summary with their therapist. So that combined with the therapy session notes, they just get a lot of information that humans just aren't good at, recalling information in detail. And you usually have, 5-10 minutes at the beginning of a therapy session to just kind of explain what happened, what you're feeling, what you want to talk about. And then it goes on its own direction without a lot of guidance. It's just kind of a question and answer. So AI kind of structured it. And that's something that helped me a lot, was giving it structure and then giving me things to go into therapy with, to ask and to want to talk about. And the therapist would also see things that I went through, things that I couldn't describe very well. And then, that just kind of analyzed the AI analyzed the two sides of the information and provided more guidance. So again, just helping guide the mental health journey and provide more feedback for both parties.
So when it comes to parents and they're noticing signs of anxiety, withdrawal, burnout with their kids, I mean, we're living in a social media era, online era, and there's so much of that going on. And I think personally, we're more inclined to feel withdrawal from that human connection if you don't engage in stuff. And I think what you're doing is important because people are already used to these platforms. So now they're using it as a beneficial tool, right? So what advice would you have for people if they struggle with anxiety and those type of connections? So how can mental health in AI help to basically heal that or fix that?
Well, I think first, I think it's important to, whether it's families or individuals or adults, children, that people understand that AI is there. It can be used as a tool, but it's not really a replacement for a therapist. And it's definitely not a companion or, an artificial therapist that you can use. It can provide feedback and support when it's not available. And for, families or children that are in areas where mental health support isn't really available, it's a tool. They can definitely help, and it's great. But I think parents need to teach children, and individuals need to understand it's not a replacement for a therapist. And a lot of people in our space right now, they're looking at ways, or they're creating products where you have an AI chatbot that will be your therapist and kind of taking the human completely out of the picture. We feel that the therapist should stay in that picture. They're the ones with the experience. They're the ones with accountability. They can guide the journey, and then they can identify things that AI might be saying, because it's not at a point right now where it makes mistakes when you ask it simple questions. So it's definitely making mistakes when you're asking it more complex things about emotions and what to do with those emotions. So definitely understanding that it's not a true companion, it's not a therapist replacement, it's a tool to help you navigate how you're feeling, and if you're in therapy, how to go about therapy.
As you know, in America, 1 out of 4 teens are using AI companions. It's a big thing, right? And so it's scary, because I think these teens do use it as, Rachel was talking about that before. I don't know if you got to listen a bit what she had to say. Like, her daughter used that to break up with her boyfriend, because, using that, and that's the companion side to it, and that's guiding kids, I guess, to help them to make those decisions. Well, I won't say help them to make the decisions, but help them to guide them through to having that decision. But then when it comes to mental health and teens, and they're relying solely on ChatGPT or Perplexity or whatever AI tool they decide to use, what's the dangers that you see with that?
Well, I did listen to Rachel's talk, and I think it's amazing that her children are, so into AI and the things that they can do with it. I think it's fascinating. Unfortunately, I think, just like adults, the majority of children and adults don't know how to use it correctly. They simply ask it a question, get a response. They don't know how to iterate, so they don't know how to send one prompt, whatever the response is, ask it more questions, dig deeper a little bit. If you get something, you get a response that doesn't sound correct, to again iterate and ask questions and say, explain what you mean. Where did you get that answer? So I think that's a big key to using AI just in general, but especially with mental health, is if you ask AI a question and it gives you an answer, it could be wrong, it could not be right, it couldn't be applicable to your situation. And I think that's the big danger, is that people just don't understand or don't realize that it's not always telling you what you need to know. And the big, I think Rachel mentioned it too, is AI is the way it's set up now or designed is to give you more of what you want. Just like social media, the more you look up or the more interest you show in something, the more you'll see that, just because they want you to stay on the platform. So AI is going to tell you, what you want. They're going to mirror kind of what you're feeling, which isn't always helpful in a mental health situation.
Yeah. What is the type of signs that parents can look out for to recognize or acknowledge that their kids, because kids are very good in hiding emotions. I get it from my twin all the time. I'm fine. I'm like, I'm looking at you. I can see you're not fine. So what's bothering you? I don't want to talk about it. So, I think that's just kids in general, mostly. And even we homeschool, so we're very connected with our kids. But even then, there's some, kids don't want to always share with their parents. So how do you recognize if there is struggles happening within your kids, then you don't always recognize?
I think so. I think it's third or fourth. AI for mental health is like the third or fourth most popular use of AI right now. So people are using it. They're using it as companions. They're using it for deep, like very, very deep mental health issues. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of people now that are completely withdrawing from human connection. So they go to work and they do their thing and they come home and they do not want to leave. They just want to stay with their AI companion. So I think withdrawing from like connection, having connection and communicating, I think is a big thing with children, whether they're in middle school or high school or even college. Just that, have that connection with them, have those discussions with them, ask them about AI. They may not tell you what's going on, but just if you're having some dialogue, I think if you stay connected and you ask questions, you can kind of see if something's happening. And if they're trying to withdraw and just, they're always on their phone, but it's a difficult thing. It's going to be challenging to figure out a way to, that they're using their phone for AI or for AI mental health and not for social media or TikTok. But I think, again, the conversation, the connection, just curious and asking them to be curious.
Yeah, I think it's important for, like I said, that human connection, to have that. Like, we have a rule at our dinner table: no technology allowed. And we also say no toys, because I've got a 2-year-old that loves to bring his cars and his Lego to the table. So now it's toys and no technology allowed at the table. So we can be present and have that connection, because I feel like there's so, when we traveled America, I think this is like a really good example. And it's interesting because I don't see it so much here in Australia where I live, and I didn't see it in other countries, but it was very big in America when we were there. We would go into restaurants because we traveled for 3 months and we did different states, and I saw it in every state. So if we walk into a restaurant, everybody would be sitting with their phone like this in front of them, and we would sit next to a table. Like this actually happened to us. I think we went in and said we were sitting next to this table with a family. It was 2 kids, 2 parents, and they were literally all on their phones like this. The waiter came, they ordered food, they were back on their phones, they ate with the technology, and then they basically paid the bill and they left. And I was like, what just happened? And we here making a ruckus, we chatting, we laughing, we carrying on. And I'm thinking to myself, please tell me that is not the norm. And I saw it quite a bit in America. So I don't know if that's like the culture. And I'm not knocking America. I love America. Like I'll move to America tomorrow, believe it or not. But I feel like it's the cultural thing that where people are just so disconnected with actual human connections. Do you think AI can help us to bridge that in a positive way? Because that would lead to bad mental health, I think, it's just sitting on your phone like this instead of having conversations with your family.
I think it could go both ways. I think it could get worse.
Yeah.
And I mean, I have a story similar to yours where I was on vacation in a restaurant, and probably a little bit more disturbing was there was a table of 5 or 6, probably like late teens, early 20s, having dinner. And I noticed they were all on their phones, the same thing. And we were finishing our dinner, and then there was this like magnificent fire dessert thing that the waiter was making for us. And I wasn't watching the dessert, I was watching them. Not one of them looked over our table to see like this big flame thing that was going on. It was huge. So I think it can go both ways. I think it can draw people in more, and they're going to stay more connected to their phone. But I think having those discussions, especially early on for the younger kids right now, I think it's important for them to learn AI. And if the parents don't know it, to find some trusted sources. And I mean, this event is great. There's a lot of great information, a lot of great resources and people here. Just to find some trusted sources, learn kind of what people are teaching about AI, help your children learn, kind of learn together. So again, it kind of bridges the family gap between technology and connection. And then learn how to prompt, because I think it's important with that. If you learn how to prompt properly, if you learn to fact check, which I think someone else mentioned earlier on, fact checking is huge. And that goes if you're using AI as a companion or kind of a therapist, kind of fact check whatever it tells you. I think the learning how to better use AI, I think will help that problem of just kind of disconnecting, using AI completely and withdrawing from human connection, and then using it solely for mental health.
Let's pause a little bit about what you mentioned now with prompting it correctly. So if a teen have a problem, even a parent wanting to help this teen going through something, and they decide to use AI, what would a typical prompt look like? So you obviously use it the correct way if you don't have access to your tool.
Oh, so what you're asking, what the correct way to prompt?
Yeah. So how would you prompt ChatGPT? Like for people that don't know, they do basic prompting, but they don't get the right results. So I'm talking specifically mental health, right? They're going through a crisis. How would they then prompt ChatGPT to help them without that bias, in between? Like, I know because people do it, they use it. So I'm trying to help them, to guide them so they use it the correct way at least.
I think it's important to think of a prompt in simple terms. Think of it kind of like a script. So instead of just saying, like the example, I want to break up with my boyfriend, help me break up with my boyfriend, or give me, tell me what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
AI now, like ChatGPT and Claude and the other ones, they have memory. So they store what you're talking about, and they know a little bit about you. But just a general question like that is very broad. So it's going to give you just a general response that may be applicable, may not be applicable. So if you think of a prompt like a script, and it's got a beginning, a middle, and an end, and you give it a little bit more information, you say, how old you are, what the problem is, why you want to break up with your boyfriend, the type of response that you want. It has more context, so it can give you a better, more contextualized response. So I think that's what, instead of just asking like a one line or submitting a one line prompt, give it more information and background, and then it starts to narrow down the general information that it has, more specific to you.
So say a teen does that, would you recommend them going to different AI tools to check the answers when it comes to like a bias response?
I think it's a combination. I think Google is still
Yeah.
a great source. Perplexity is really good as well because it gives citations at the end or throughout it, and you can click on the citations. I think the other ones are doing it as well, but Perplexity is good. It's more information based and it's free now, so that way you can, if you get a response, you can quickly click on something, look at the article, so you can see if it's coming from like a trusted, reputable source or not. Again, older children and adults. So I think that's important. And there's other tools like Stanford University has a tool called Storm. So I don't think this would be applicable specifically to mental health, but just in general for fact checking, like for school, if children are doing a paper in school, where you can ask it give it a topic, and it will create 5, 6, 7-page paper for you, and it has a list of significant citations and sources. So I think that's probably one of the important things also to discuss with children, is that when you're using AI, if there's a fact or there's if it's giving you advice that is personal, that you should look it up, ask an adult, ask someone else, look it up on Google, look for trusted sources, because there's a lot of inaccurate things on Google as well and through AI. So I think learning what type of resources are trusted, reputable is important.
What do you think is the dangers of, because obviously you created your own AI, so you've built it in the background, so I think, how can I say, like bypass the dangers. It's not like the general, you go to ChatGPT and so on, but what do you think is the dangers of using AI as a therapist? If you just go to your general ChatGPT and not to your AI.
A couple of things. I think one is, again, it'll give you false information. So the response that it gives you could be terribly wrong for your situation. And mental health, that could mean life or death. So I think that's a big issue. And then the fact that AI will just give you more of what you want. So if you ask it something in a happy tone, it's going to give you a happy response. If you're angry and say, I hate my partner and my partner makes me sad, it's going to give you a response kind of tailored to that, not necessarily an accurate one or an appropriate one. So again, two things to understand, like that are important to understand and work with, and maybe iterate a little bit more, and not just take the first response that comes, ask questions. So I think if there's nothing else, if you're not going to fact check, if you're not going to learn how to use AI a little bit more, one of the, I think the easiest things that can be done is just like ask questions, iterate. Or say something, why did you tell me that?
Be curious about like the response. Because what is it called, psychophancy, when AI just keeps agreeing with you and it just wants to please you and make you feel good about yourself. That in itself, as you know, is a problem when it comes to mental health. How can you bridge that gap when it comes to using AI tools with AI just constantly agreeing with you?
Well, I think it's another thing is important to understand is it's AI. It's not true thinking AI. It's not thinking and giving you a response based off of what it knows about you or what it knows about a subject. It's a large language model. So it's been trained on a lot of language and a lot of resources. And then when you ask it, when you submit a prompt, it's trying to decide what it should respond. And then it's basically putting one word after another to create a response. So it's not thinking about what to respond. It's just putting words that make sense, or that it thinks makes sense. And it's very good at, telling you the sky is green. It'll write it in a way that will make you think like, hey, wait a second, the sky is green. So
it will question your thoughts. Okay. What advice do you have for parents when it comes to AI and mental health?
For their, for their children to.
Yeah. So how can parents support, because they're going to use it, right? AI companions is a thing.
Absolutely.
So obviously, like Rachel was saying, you can't stop kids using it. They're going to use it, and they'll find ways to use it. So obviously, blocking the devices or taking it away is not an option. So how can parents then just help their kids to be more smart about the AI tools that they're using and encourage it in a positive way? So say you're a parent and you know you have a kid that have potential issues, or they're having problems at school and they're using AI as a companion, and you know you can't stop them. How can that parent support that child?
I think having discussions with them to
Yeah.
help them understand that, maybe they're using it as a companion, but it's not a true companion. It's not thinking to be your friend. It's just giving you feedback that it thinks you want to hear or want to see. So having that discussion with them, that AI isn't really a companion. It's not a doctor. It's not giving you advice, medical advice that you should follow. You should always ask, an adult or a parent or like a human doctor. And I think just like social media, it's the same thing. Things you see on TikTok. And I explained to my son multiple times, he'll see things and then he'll question it, whether it's real or not, or he'll say, "Oh, I saw this and you can do that. We should do that. I'm going to try that." On TikTok, they will take, 100 different takes of a scene, and they'll use one 10-second or 20-second clip, and it looks phenomenal, but it doesn't mean that it's real. It doesn't mean that, it's safe. So I think another discussion is to have that, like what you see on the internet, whether it's AI or social media, that it's most likely not true or not real, and to question it.
Yeah, to question it. And I think that's just listening to all the speakers, and the overall consensus from everybody is to just question the AI tool. Don't just accept the answer. Be curious, question the responses, because if you're just going to accept it, then it's just not going to work. People, I think, is going to just become this nation of just being brain dead and just accepting. So curiosity needs to be an important part, I think, of a skill, if you can call it a skill, that kids and I think even adults needs to learn to use more of.
So I think a comparison, there was a big story in the United States where someone who wanted to get healthier and lose weight, and asked, I think it was ChatGPT, how do I reduce salt in my diet? Or what's a replacement for salt? It didn't, and they didn't give a lot of details. So my thought is, it didn't give like the prompt that I explained earlier, that script saying, this is who I am, this is what I want to do. I want to, find a replacement for salt in my diet. Just ask for what a replacement for salt was. And the response was accurate. It was a replacement for salt, but it was, a poisonous, I forget what the chemical was, but it was a replacement, but not for human consumption. So, learning how to prompt, or at least thinking of it as a script and giving it more information, beginning, a middle, and an end, so that it has more context to what you're asking it, whether it's how to replace salt for your diet, or how to break up with your boyfriend, or you're in kind of a little bit of a crisis and you need to deal with a panic situation or anxiety. If it has more information, it'll give you better responses.
Yeah, 100%. Alexander, I appreciate your time. Any last words of wisdom that you can share with the audience, and also if they need to reach out to you, what can you help them with, etc.?
Yeah, I think based off our conversation, I think curiosity, be curious. Have your children, whatever age they are, to be curious and learn about AI. The curiosity is the driver to it, and that'll help a lot of people. If people want to get in touch with me, they can either go to our website, which is therio.ai, so it's THERYO.ai, or reach to me by email, which is alex@therio.ai. So happy to help with any questions about AI and mental health, or because I went through it and kind of very passionate about helping children learn AI, because I think it's a huge thing that they need to learn to narrow the gap between the ones that do and don't. So if you have questions about guiding your children about that with AI, happy to help.
That sounds amazing. Thank you so much. I just have one question here from the audience saying, it's Ogbonna. I'm sorry if I'm murdering your name. I don't mean that. What about the risks of sharing personal information while submitting prompts? Because I think when you go to mental health, you do reach that, right? So what's your input on that? One last question there.
Well, anything with ChatGPT, you can tell it not to train on the data. Some of the AI platforms,
Yeah.
Whatever information you provide to AI, consider it, that somebody will see it, not just you. If you're giving it medical information, I would suggest kind of blanking out or erasing the information or redacting the file names, file numbers, and file names and addresses and things like that, personal information. But whatever you put out there is going to be there, unless you use a platform. So there's mental health platforms like ours where it's HIPAA compliant, it's secure and encrypted, so that information stays within the platform. Even though we're using AI, it's not being used outside of the platform.
Yeah, that's 100% recommend Alexander's platform to check that out. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time and sharing your insights on mental health and AI. It's such an important conversation, and appreciate your time. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
All right, everyone. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Bannock. He is also known as the Funnel Doc. Hi, Jeff.
Hey.
How are you?
Great. How are you doing today?
I am good, thank you. And your outfit is just perfect on what we just basically, talked about, but we're not going to talk to you about being a doctor or a mental person. We're going to talk about, helping mental. I'm saying this wrong. I don't mean it in a bad way.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
But Jeff is going to talk to us about how we can use AI to automate our lives, and if you're in a workspace, in business, etc. So he is the founder of Funnel Doc AI. He helps people turn automation into opportunity, and is known for building AI systems that simplify work and scale businesses. And he is also going to talk to us about potentially future skills and how you can use AI for that. Jeff, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. Hello.
Hey, Jill. Thanks for having me on. I'm so excited for today.
Yeah, thank you so much. You have such a unique perspective. So we've talked about using in community and mental health and connecting in schools. We had a whole bunch of really, really important conversations. But I think one of the conversations that is also important to have is how you can use AI to automate your life, because there's so many benefits to it. And I think as a business owner, we're in that automation space, but I don't think the everyday person that maybe want to start a side hustle know that they can actually do it so much easier. Can you give people a little bit of insight and how you have been helping businesses and even potentially just parents automate life and business?
Sure. There are so many ways right now. One of the easiest things is to just make what they call a GPT. It's basically like an assistant that you can go in there. You can put for someone that's new to AI. I know you guys have been around AI for now. You've been talking about it, but you put what they call a prompt in there, which is basically you give it the instructions for its brain. You can even upload documents. They could be about a certain subject. They could be about you. They could be about a number of different stuff, and it allows you to make an expert little bot that's AI that knows everything about that subject. You can even now give it access to the internet so it can go out and do searches. There's so much. Every time I have a new client or a new task or a new, for instance, maybe I add something new to my business that I don't want to have to memorize every part of it. I'll go out, I'll make a GPT, and then every time I need something about that part of my business, I can go and ask it. And it's like a little right-hand man or woman, however you want to put it. But for families and stuff, you can do so much with GPTs. You can build study assistants to help your children be able to study that knows not only things like math and other things like that, but you could actually have it teach your kids other languages. You can literally go and make it, and it would write out a whole curriculum, and it would go in, and every time the child would interact with it, it would teach it a new level or a new lesson. I mean, as you can see, I get a little excited about it. There's so much possibilities out there right now. And I think one of the other big ones I'll touch on just briefly before I hand it back to you is the fact is so many people are using Claude or ChatGPT already. They're asking it questions, they're engaging with it, but they don't even know that you can go to connections and you can actually hook it up directly to your Gmail account or your Slack account or whatever you're using. Maybe you have a platform you're using with your kids. You'd be surprised how much you can hook right into what you're already using. And now you have AI superpowers and you're able to talk to your calendar or whatever you want to do. I really think that using it to automate tasks and help to just the stuff that we hate in our life. If it's data driven and repeated task, you can use AI to automate it.
I love that so much. And the reason for that is because you're taking the mandate tasks away from you so you can spend time doing the things that's important, spending time with family, going to the beach, going on walks, whatever your life looks like on the fun end. You don't want to spend that time just doing mandate tasks all the time. So I really, really love that. Do you think automation going forward, though, as much as I do love this, but do you think it will make kids and parents and people in general lazy going forward, or do you think there's a balance?
So, I think it's going to be the 80-20 rule like it is now. You have people that are, not aggressive, but they're the forward thinkers, they're the movers, they're the shakers, and then you have that 20% maybe that's a little lazy that sort of ride on society. Even when AI hits its highest peak and robots are everywhere, I think people are going to have unlimited freedom, that some of them are going to take it to the next level, but those are the same people that would take it to the next level right now. You know what I mean? The AI is just a tool. So it allows the people that would go above and beyond to go above and beyond faster. It allows people to be lazy to be even lazier, unfortunately. So I call it potentially a beautiful nightmare. You know what I mean? Because it could be the greatest thing ever, or it could not. It just depends on what you take advantage of it. I do really believe that because of automations, because of tasks in the future, very soon, people are going to have exorbitant amounts of free time and potentially even not have to worry about income as much, because if robots are doing all the work, price to make stuff drops. I don't know how much you want to get into that on this topic, but it has the potential for unlimited freedom and possibilities potentially.
I would love to dive deeper into what you just said, because jobs is going to look so different. I mean, already it's changing. Already every person that I know that is employed, like I'm not employed, but every own business, but every person that I know that's employed, they're using AI in their workspace, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's also, even weirdly enough, companies that ban it, which I think that's the weirdest thing that you should not do. But anyway, each to their own for now, at least. How do you think the workspace is going to look in the next 2 to 5 years?
So that is a great question. When we're building out ecosystems for people, we really try and tell, for right now, you give it a couple of years, that's a different story. But right now, I like to say we give employees AI superpowers, because it allows you to now, whatever used to take maybe a week or a couple of days to do, you get done in hours now because of AI. We empower their employees rather than move them. Now, don't get me wrong. There are going to be jobs that are you already see there's less and less jobs available. If you don't think that has something to do with AI, you're probably lying to yourself, unfortunately. But here's the good thing. It is a tool, just like the calculator back in the day. If you learn how to master it, you learn how to use it, you're going to be the people that keep jobs and move into the future versus the one left behind, because like, what is this AI thing? I don't even know what's going on. And everybody's passing them by now.
Yes, because it's literally, I call it a glorified calculator. It's what it is. It just takes everything to the next level. So with this fear that AI is replacing jobs, like I said, I really want to dive into this, because I know a lot of people that are really concerned about their jobs, and they go completely offline to go and do things. I'm talking starting up bakeries and food trucks, and like starting to be a plumber and electrician, like really offline jobs. Do you think that is a good approach in this AI era that we are in now?
If you're doing an offline job, like you have a local services and stuff, I think incorporating those into your business is a silly mistake, because I work with a lot of local businesses too, roofers and plumbers. We do AI ecosystems for them, because they're not able to get to the phone. Just being able to think about this, to have someone that knows everything about your business, can know an emergency, can schedule stuff, and it's 24/7. It allows you also, the thing is too, they're like, I've had people push back, like, oh, I don't want to replace my secretary girl or guy, or because they love their staff, I'm like, but look at this. You're now giving them free time to do other stuff that's going to allow your business to be able to go even better, because let's be honest, is answering the phone the best use of their time? Probably not,
Exactly. Can we pause and talk a little bit about AI employees? Because I know you have a lot of knowledge. You teach on this subject. You have empowered so many entrepreneurs on this. How would that look for family life? Do you think we can, I know this is a very bizarre question to ask, but I've been thinking about this for a couple of months. Do you think we can have family, like AI employees in our family?
Oh, most definitely. You're
How
going to
would that
have,
look?
you should already, to some degree, you should have an
Yes.
assistant, whether it's a GPT or
Yeah.
building out a little bit more advanced in your like Claude or whatever.
Mm.
Right now, I couldn't imagine being a mom, like let's say the typical mom, and having kids and everything, and having to manage it all on my own. Why don't I have an assistant that knows every kid's calendar? They know everything about every kid, because like I'm a little older now, so I forget things every once in a while. So to be able to have that to where you could just ask it, hey, Rosie, or whatever you want to call your assistant, it all of a sudden, what's up with Bobby today? Oh, Bobby's appointment today. He's got something at the doctor's. By the way, his grades have been dropping off a little bit, so we might want to have you talk to him. I mean, it can literally be your right-hand person to help you in everyday tasks when created right. And to give that freedom and flexibility to not have to just use your brain space for stuff, use it for other stuff that you really want to, I think it's like it's you're missing out. Again, like you said, the calculator. I'm gonna be honest. When November 30th, it's my sister's birthday. Hi, Joyce, for November 30th. It was also when ChatGPT dropped in 2022.
Yes.
When that hit, I knew that it was going to change everything. And because of that, I went all in on it. And I was afraid, though, for the first 6 to 8 months to actually use it in my own business, because I felt like I was cheating. But because it makes everything so easy. I used to do work that would take 2 weeks. I get done in 2 hours now. But like you said, it came to me where I'm like, this is just like in the day when teachers would say, yeah, you won't always have a calculator with you. Well, I got a phone now. I got a calculator. You know what I mean? They used to say, and everybody used to know long division math and whatnot. I know basic math, but not really like I used to. It's just part of evolution that we're evolving with these computers, and AI is part of that evolution. So once I came into that, I'm like, this is stupid, excuse me, but dumb that I'm not using it in my own business, especially that. So I went all in on it. Because it is just a tool. It really is. And that's what we have to always remember. It's a tool, can be used for bad or good, like any other tool, but it's a tool. So
do you think, or what is your opinion on how to use this as a creative tool and a business partner, a co-pilot, or whatever you want to call it, without losing critical thinking? Because I know there was a study done where they were testing people using ChatGPT all the time, and they basically losing their functions to think for themselves and it's not just kids, it's parents too. How can we balance that?
Joy, this is a serious problem. I actually call it GPT stupid. I have a term for it because
I love that, actually. That's good.
Please use it, whoever hears it, GPT stupid, because I like this YouTuber named Dr. Mike. I don't know if you've ever seen him before, but he's on there, and he made a quote, and he said, back in the day, it used to be whatever doctor knew the most, that was like the guy that you went to that made the most money, that he was the guy. But now, because of AI and the internet, it's who can ever find the information the fastest. But the problem with that is it's giving us a false sense of knowledge, where if we lose that connection to look it up, you become GPT stupid. You don't know anymore. So it's a very big problem. Just like in the days back to the calculator, I used to know every phone number. I only know my phone number. That's it, and I forget it sometimes. So you know what I mean? It's definitely a problem.
Yeah.
To combat it, you really have to. It's hard. It's so hard, because I even find myself doing it with writing emails and certain things. It's so easy to become reliant on AI, because let's be honest, in certain things it already does it better than we do it, and it's only going to get better. I really wish I had an answer other than you got to shut it off and use your own brain occasionally. Because if not, it will become crutches that become a wheelchair for you, because you'll just become so reliant on it that you just like not using your legs with crutches. Now you're in a wheelchair. It's so bad for you. But it's hard because it's so easy. It's so convenient, and people have been known throughout history to give up liberties and freedom for convenience. So Who knows what? I mean, this is why when robots get in the house, I mean, you already saw it with the one that just hit Neo just hit, and even though it's not that good right now, as soon as it does start getting better and doesn't kill people, that's going to be the first thing that it's going to hit faster than anything. Because let's be honest, if I could pay, it's $500 a month or 20 grand, you could buy one. $500 a month, and I can have somebody to clean up my house when I, and have a assistant to be there with me and knows everything about my business. And I'll take two, please, and I'll get one for my parents because they're getting older now. I mean, we're about to have one of the most amazing times ever, and one of the potentially scariest, because again, this is all created by someone that's putting their guardrails, their beliefs in it, their insights, even though it feels like it's autonomous and does whatever. There's men and women building it. So you always have to keep that in your mind. I mean, one of the things that it does that you have to be really careful is its job is to make you happy. You have to realize that AI, that's why when you tell it and you get an idea and it's like, Joy, that is the greatest idea ever. You're brilliant. You're so smart. And we want it. Oh, our egos, we're like, yes, I'm so brilliant. I'm so smart. We're stroking our egos. Yep. And it's so hard because then all of a sudden it starts feeding in you. And that's when the beautiful nightmare starts to happen. You have to be careful of that. It's already happened. You've seen on the news. You have to realize that every time you talk to it, realize its job, the way it's programmed, no matter what, is to make you happy. So it will lie to you, potentially. Be careful, okay? Again, not scare everybody, but I'm always wanting to give the good with the bad, the sweet with the sour. You know what I mean? So
100%. It's having that awareness, because I think a lot of people aren't aware of that, I can say, dangers of AI, because what is it called? It's psychophancy. I was mentioning this before with Alexander. 100%. Yeah. And it's just, we're not meant to just be pleased all the time. We have to be challenged on our thought process. And I mean, that's where problem solving comes in, and creativity and all of that, because we're challenged. Exactly. We need a growth mindset. And if something is just going to tell, oh, you're amazing, you just, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to learn that. I don't need to, because I'm amazing. Yeah, it's very valid indeed. So in your experience, what's the difference between people who feel overwhelmed using AI and people that feel empowered by AI, and how can they make that shift?
That's a good question, because it's a fine line with so much that's out there and how much AI changes all the time. I really think it's having a good base and understanding. You don't have to. The good thing about AI, it's not like being a mechanic on a car that you have to know how the carburetor works and how the spark plugs and all that. That's the great thing about AI. You just have to talk to it. But you also have to know how to talk to it and when to pull back, because one of the things that I've really seen AI does is it takes the lower expertise and the middle expertise and squishes them together. But when you take the people that are really experts, that when they're able to massively excel, because I've had multiple times where it starts taking me down a rabbit hole, and because I'm an expert, I'm like, whoa, ChatGPT, this isn't what we need to be taught. It's not that it's not good, but this isn't right now, where someone that was a newer person or intermediate would just go down that rabbit hole, and it could like ruin what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? Again, with that psychophancy, it kicks in there, and all of a sudden it's like, you're going right, you're doing it, even though it could totally potentially be the wrong thing. So just something, again, awareness is the key with AI. Because here's what's funny. When you go outside of your AI bubble around you, nobody is into AI really. Like, they might occasionally talk to chat, but it's not like what you think, because you see your Facebook feed or Instagram, whatever, in your AI is everywhere. I'm telling you right now, it is not. Only about 10, maybe 15% of the world uses the AI with any consistency. The other 85% in the next 1 to 2 years are going to wake up and look around and be like, where do these robots come? Where do they? It's going to hit them hard. So don't be one of those people. Have that base knowledge. And with that base knowledge, I think gets rid of that overwhelm. Because again, you don't have to be an expert, but you know it well enough how to be able to engage with it to get the best answer. And that's really the safety net that's there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. And it is, I personally know so many people, because we homeschool, and we've been homeschooling for about 4.5 years, and homeschoolers are really in their own bubble.
Sure.
Nothing wrong with it. I mean, I'm a homeschooler, so I'm in that bubble, but I'm also in the business bubble, right? And I'm in the automation bubble, and I understand AI, because same as you, I started in ChatGPT, and I learn every day. I try to find things every day to learn. And I personally know people, and I try to talk to homeschooling parents about just not necessarily what to look out for, but encouraging them to use it in a positive way to teach the kids or create lessons or whatever.
Right.
They would tell me, some, because I'm in various communities all around the world online, they would say to me, I've never even opened ChatGPT.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And then I'm like, what? Because it's one thing if you don't play with it, but it's like, I don't have an account, or I think it's nonsense. And people in the homeschooling communities, and I'm not knocking homeschoolers because I'm literally right there in that bubble, but at the same time, they're really aware of more of the dangers of it than actually wanting to use it. They don't want to use it. They call it garbage. They call it rubbish. They call it the future is, it's not going to happen with my kids. I will refuse for them to use AI. And I'm thinking, this kid is 13, 14. They're probably already using AI. You just don't know. But this is the problem. It's where we're sitting with it. So what would you say to parents that just don't want their kids to use AI at all, or they're against it, or they hate it and I think it's rubbish? What is your thought process on that? Helping so many people, obviously. So,
I mean, my favorite thing to go back to is the horses before cars. You know, like if you were to look back then when cars came about, people were like, this is the devil. Like literally they thought it were machines from the devil and things. And this is similar. It's like the same thing. Yeah. It's going to replace it, and it will become the norm. And it's better now to, I would tell them this. I'd be like, you know what? You don't have to allow your kids to use it every day, which probably, to be honest, they shouldn't to some degree. You know what I mean? Let's just be real. We've talked a little bit about that earlier, but you're doing think of it this way. Everyone right now is learning a new language, and your child, whatever they are, will not be able to speak it. And it's going to change the world. So at least give them the power to be able to speak the language. They don't have to be like, hey, deep into it and a master of the linguistics. But if they don't even know the accents and understanding of this language, they will probably have the worst life ever. I'm just being honest. Like, it's good. It's because it's going to be inundated in everything you do. You have every billion-dollar company out there putting it. I mean, it's in freaking refrigerator doors already. They're already putting it in refrigerator doors. Do you not think it's going to not be in everything you do within a couple of years from now? And again, you don't have to embrace it wholehearted like me. I eat it. I sleep it. Joy does. We breathe all the time. You don't have to be that way, but just give yourself a level of understanding so that you're able, when it comes, to be not that person that just wakes up and goes, what happens? You're like, okay, it's here now. I understand it. And then you can make the choice of whether you want it in your life or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That is such a helpful way to look at it. And I really love the idea of it being, it's not a crutch, right? You can use it in so many positive ways. And okay, so one last question for you before I want to ask a little bit more on other things for you. This is a deeper-ish question. So how can parents help their children to use AI to start a business potentially?
Wow, that's actually a lot easier than you would imagine. Now it's so unlimited because you can. I saw that. I was listening. First of all, you need to sort of figure out what their passion is. But I saw this thing. I was listening to Tom Bilyeu the other day. I don't know if you know who he is, the Quest guy and everything. And he made a really good point about passion and finding your passion in life. That passion is something that's built, that's not found. So many people think they're going to wake up and my passion's going to hit me and I'm going to be this. I'm going to wake up and I'm going to be so motivated. Passion is something that's built over time. And then one day you wake up and you are that motivated and you love it that much because you put time, effort, and energy into it. Anyone that thinks they're going to wake up or their passion is going to find them is not going to happen. So that was one of the things when it ties into that. I'm sorry, I got off topic on that, but
that's really good. I love that. That is so true. Yes.
So, but that is one of the things that I think plays. And if people are doing a business with that, find your passion, go after it, and then figure out. I would just ask chat, what are the weaknesses? Where are pain points? Where are people having trouble? Because here's the deal. One of my favorite examples, the more you find that something hurts, the more you can charge for it. Imagine if I had a pill right here and Joy's like, oh, I got a headache. She'd give me like $5, maybe $10 for this pill to get rid of that headache. But sorry, not to be sensitive, but if Joy's like, I have cancer and I had a pill and I could get rid of it, she would give me every dime she had to get rid of it. So you have to think about that. Go in your niche, go to where your industry, go to where your passion is. Find a problem. Entrepreneurs, this is one of my favorite quotes from Russell Brunson. Entrepreneurs are put in this world to solve problems, to help change the world. And I believe that. And with AI, you can now allow yourself to understand topics in depths that you would take weeks and years to understand. So you can find that passion, find that problem, and then ask AI how you can help solve it. And then you're going to be surprised. It's going to give you a list of different stuff, and then figure out on that list what gets you excited. What sounds cool, and then go a little deeper and a little deeper. But start when you do figure it out. When you do figure out what you're going to offer, always think MVP, not most valuable player, minimum viable product. So start the simplest. AI sometimes will take you really advanced if you're not careful down that rabbit hole. So always start simple. But yes, and you could go out there, find your problem, find your niche, find something simple, start small, and build an empire.
I love that. Jeff, I love this conversation. I wish we had time to explore a little bit more depth, but we are running out of time. And I really want you to tell people about where they can reach you, how can you help them, what do you have to offer, how can they reach out to you?
So one of the things I'm doing now, I've been in AI since it started, pretty much, or at least since GPT came out. And I've really seen there's not a level of excellence out there. It's like the Wild West. You can see one person that you could be like, hey, what do you know? And this person over here, I know this. So I've decided one of the things I'm doing is I'm actually starting a certification program for people that want to have a base level of understanding of AI, whether it's you want to be a consultant, use it as a product and sell it to make a living off of it, or you just want to use it in your own business. This is going to give you a base understanding like GPTs, of AI, how to use the basics to be able to pretty much sort of the stuff I've all talked about, and I'm sure other people have talked about today, but it's going to give you a stamp of the Funnel Docs approval. You can go to AIMadScientist.com and be able to find, or actually don't go there. Joy has a special link. Go to her link.
Yes,
go to her
link.
Go to her.
Yeah, I'll share that. I'll share that.
If you're interested and you'd like to get certified, it's a 30-day program. At the end of it, you'll get a certification. You even get a Funnel Doc jacket with your name on it so that you can represent. But it's going to allow people to have a level of excellence and gold standard of what the best AI is. And when somebody sees one of the AI scientists, they'll know that they know AI. So there you go.
And I think that is such an important program, especially because I do believe that AI needs to be used a certain way to get the best results. And you are that person to help people to do that. So I'll share the link with you guys after this. And also if you've registered, then you will receive that in an email as well. I'm going to do a summary email with everybody's where people can find each other and support each other and help each other. This has been amazing, Jeff. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your insights. You have been an amazing speaker. And any last bits of words of wisdom for everybody before we finish?
Don't be afraid of AI. You're going to be, once you get into it and you log in for the first time, you're going to see how easy it is. Just talk to it like you would, and you're going to be surprised what it will do for you and what special AI magic powers it can give you. So, Joy, thanks so much for having me on. It was a pleasure. I love talking about this. As you can see, we could talk for hours, but unfortunately I have to go for the next person. Thanks so much. And I'm out of here. Peace.
Thanks, Jeff. See ya.
Bye-bye.
All righty. That was so informative. Thank you so much for Jeffrey Van Eck to come on and share his knowledge on such an amazing topic. So our second last speaker for today is Jeffrey Ross. I'm going to bring him up now. He is at least in my time zone. Jeff, hello. The only person in technically my own time zone, at least an hour apart, not day and night. How are you?
I'm fantastic as usual. How are you, Joy?
I'm good, thank you. So Jeff is an international speaker. He's a brand strategist who helps entrepreneurs use AI to build unforgettable brands. He's also the VP of Finance Pro and Australian ambassador for the Los Angeles Tribune, which, by the way, is amazing. And he leads with purpose, faith, and family from his home in Tasmania, which is now not the same time as me anymore because you guys are daylight savings. And he lives with his wife and his beautiful 3 boys. So hi, I'm so happy that you are here. Thank you, Jeff, for coming on and agreeing to be a guest speaker. Thank you.
My absolute pleasure. As my mentor, Dr. Joseph McClendon he goes, no, stop, no, stop. No, absolutely love it and happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for agreeing. So so you are second last speaker for today, and my mind is blown. Like, I'm just trying to process everything. We've had such amazing conversations. We have gone into all different kinds of topics, but one of the things that we haven't really spoken about is how faith can be used with AI. How do you use it? If you're a Christian, I'm a Christian. Actually, most of our speakers today were Christian, but how do we use AI in faith?
Yeah, really great question. And I want to go back to, one of your very first speakers that I saw early on, Arno, and how he was talking about how, AI is being leveraged to solve problems and help problems first. And I was listening to a few other conversations here too, and I just got off a YouTube clip of a doctor, a very famous mathematician in this space that my mentor Michael shared with me. And I think it's got to be really, we've got to address this, we've got to keep the human in the loop, especially in this whole faith conversation, right? Because I've seen AI be used to confirm that AI is the Antichrist, and so it's a fascinating topic in this space. And, you can get AI and manipulate AI to give you, whatever you're looking for, if you know how to ask the right prompts, the right questions, and give it the right data sets. And we've got to be really mindful, and especially our kids. See, I'm a father of 3 boys, but, Harrison's 13, Lachlan's 12, Jackson's 9. And so, helping kids to step into this world today is something that's really close to my heart as well, especially around this topic of faith. We've got to know how to ask the right questions to keep the human in the loop, to have AI be a tool, not a replacement by all means. And I've got to be honest, I'm scared for our younger generation who will, I can see it happening already, if they're not being taught how to use this tool in a powerful way, that they'll lose the ability to problem solve and think logically. And that comes back to this whole conversation around the faith topic is we have to know that when AI is steering us wrong, we have to have discernment in the conversation there, because without that, then you're going to get guided down the gilded lily, and you'll get, you're like following the GPS blindly, right? If the GPS says go through the dam to get through A to B, and you drive through the dam, well, you're probably going to drown. So it's knowing how to, especially around this whole biblical faith conversation, knowing that it's just a tool. But the great side of that conversation too is knowing it's just a tool to help steer you in the right direction. For someone who's dyslexic and has ADHD and has all the labels, used to be my crutch, but now I use them as a tool. That's my superpowers. Learning how to go deeper into the Bible and the context, and using things like hermeneutics, and making sure context is king through the conversation, and so using those tools that theologians have used for thousands of years, and bringing that and layering in this together, you can get some really powerful insights and very deep understanding. But once again, you've got to know how to use the tools.
Yes. And I've been, because as you know, English is not my first language, and we read the King James version of the Bible, and it's a really hard read, especially if English is not your first language.
I can't read it. I can tell you
and
that right
I find myself I prefer Claude though, go to Claude and then just ask to help me to understand it better, right? and
Yeah.
dive into that deeper. Now, for the non-Christian people on here, you can do this. It doesn't need to be the Bible. It can be
No.
any topic, really, that you can, go in there and define the topics. Do you think it is a good, in your opinion, do you think it is a good way to use, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, whatever tool? And do you think you should use various tools to actually learn the Bible or any other book?
Or and let's put that into context. So any other deep thinking book, right? So if I was to learn,
difficult topic.
advanced mathematics, in that space and whatnot, the principles here are still the fundamentals. They still lay the foundation here. And I want to go back to my apprenticeship days. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm actually a cabinet maker by trade. Not many people know that about me, because that was
I didn't know that, Jeff.
my late teens, my early 20s. See, I left school very early. I left school like at 15. And by the time I was, going through my trade, my friends, my high school friends and all that sort of thing were just finishing high school. So I was pretty much already a qualified tradesman in that space. And I built a lot of kitchens, and I did a lot of fine joinery in that space. But I remember my boss back then, this was, going, so what am I now? I'm 42. So that's going back 20, 23, 24 years ago. And so you rewind back to then. And at this stage, we had robotic automation in tools coming into the woodworking scene. We had the things called the BSE. A BSE was a big overhead router that could cut out a bed head and do it in 3 minutes. Whereas if I used to do it by hand, it used to take me 3 hours. So the conversation here is not a new conversation. Technology has been around. Back to the horse and plow and the tractor. It's still the same dynamic in that space. But I know my boss back then, and I'm very grateful for David was his name. And very grateful for David, because he went the first year or two of my apprenticeship, I had to learn how to do everything with these. I wasn't allowed to pick up a power tool or a nail gun or anything like that people use to speed up the process until I mastered how to do fine joinery with a hammer and a chisel and a mortar, a mortar and tennis joints and all of that sort of thing, the right saws, the coping saws, the tennis joints, the dovetails, all of that sort of thing. I had to learn how to master that by hand first.
Yeah.
And then when I got into the routers and the power saws and the nail guns and all the big fancy tools, and then some of the big robotic tools like the BSE and all of that, then because I had a foundation, I learned how to crawl, I learned how to walk, I learned how to run. Without those tools, I was able to get a lot more creative and a lot more productive with those tools, because I had that solid foundation. And I almost see that in our teaching arenas for kids in schools, and all the teachers that I talk to today. Some of the teachers are very concerned. I was actually just having a conversation with one of my friends in America as a teacher, and on a post going back and forth here. And he's saying, I'm very concerned. I don't know if I have a job in the next 3 or 4 years. I won't be necessarily a teacher. I'll be a facilitator. And if we keep going down a way that we sort of are, that statement is true. But I also think that teaching needs to evolve in a way that teachers still have a very powerful responsibility to teach the fundamentals first.
And the human connection. I don't think the human connection can be replaced.
Right. So we teach the kids and I'm looking at my kids. My oldest son's learning to play guitar. He's got on YouTube. He's self-taught himself. He's playing some pretty awesome rock songs, like he's in Metallica and Nirvana phase right now, getting into the real tricky riffs and all that. But he's learning how to walk, run, and all of that sort of thing. And yes, YouTube has been a tool, but he's got a really tuned ear, and he can just pick things up without having to read the notes. But now we're getting him. So he's self-taught. Now we're layering in professional music tutoring on the basis of that gift, if you will, to hone the gift, to sharpen it, and he's improving out of sight. But once again, that underlies that principle. We need to teach people how to be problem solvers first without the tools, and have a base fundamental. When you layer on the tools, then that's where everything gets exploded and people can be more creative.
Yes. I love the fact that kids these days can just pick up something like a guitar or a piano, whatever, go to YouTube and learn something. Because, I mean, in our days, it wasn't that easy. You had to go and buy a DVD or figure out some ways to do it. But I also think now with AI, having that as a co-pilot for complementing YouTube, I think that's an important thing too. So a lot of parents worry that technology will erode values, humanity, integrity, compassion. How do we raise kids? Because, I mean, you've got 3 boys. I've got 3 boys. I think boys they're great, but they're hard work. Let's be real. Boys can challenge the status quo so much.
Dynamics for sure. I don't know what it's like for girls. I can't say I've been there, but I assume that it's different dynamics.
Every friend I speak to that have girls and boys or just girls, it's a very different dynamic. Everybody's like, boy, mom, how do you do it? But anyway, so how do we raise kids who lead with those values? The humanity, the integrity, compassion. How do we teach them and how do we help them to lead with those values first, that human connection?
Very, very valuable question to be asking, especially in today's world. And so I love that you've created a safe space and a stage for a platform for this conversation, because it's a conversation that we need to be having, especially in the world of not just AI, but the world of social media and everything else in that between, right? So I think this comes back down to the core basis of leadership. I think we need to be in the schools especially teaching a lot more soft skills, not just the hard skills. I believe that we need to start teaching people how to be entrepreneurial and coming back to leadership 101. I honestly think people, every person, and especially if you're every high school student, 13 and above, I reckon we need to make a compulsory 21 Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. And so I'm getting my kids to start to unpack this whole conversation right now. And I think that we can start teaching our kids how to be great leaders in themselves. Then we've got a recipe for success here in this equation. Because let's face it, the tools that we have today, they're very powerful tools. I equate AI to be like a Ferrari. Imagine you give the keys to a Ferrari to tell what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
That's a recipe for disaster. That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
To like this very powerful machine, they're putting their foot on the accelerator and they don't know where they're going to go. They're going to drive straight off the cliff. And that's that stage where we're in at the moment. So I think this comes back down to the core root of this is the fundamentals around leadership. If the parent can teach leadership and the kids can learn leadership, then that's essentially when you want to bring it down to another key word, it's called discipleship. And it's getting back into that apprentice style, master versus student teaching relationship. And we can use these tools to help speed up that process, but in a safe environment where kids can still problem solve, still do logical thinking on their own. But then when they use the tools, they can be enhanced and have the power. So essentially, learn how to drive the car before you get into the Ferrari, and then you can get into the Ferrari, then you can get into the rocket ship. And so we've got to create stepping stones.
How do you recommend parents create those stepping stones? Because I feel like there's a big lack of understanding and knowledge when it comes to those stepping stones.
Right. So this is why you and I and people like us have a very heavy burden and responsibility on our shoulders, because we are the pioneers of this space to figure this out. There are no sort of, pathways carved out yet to be able to answer that question clearly, because it's not been created. So it's up to you and I to go create that conversation for others to come down the path to follow. And I find that exactly a very exciting thing. But let's say, if you go right back to, the pioneering days of when Sydney was carved out, like we go right back to the early 1800s, it was just all bushland, and so it wasn't the big city that we have today, so we have to, clear the forest, and then we have to, start establishing some foundations and infrastructure. And so we're at those early days of just starting to clear the forest. Before we can lay down that infrastructure. So, this is very exciting times, but also very nerve-wracking times. So coming back down to how do we, establish those stepping stones? Well, for you and I and people like us, we have the responsibility to educate, empower, and equip and create the leaders of tomorrow. And I don't necessarily know if it's going to be us that figures that out, but we will be the people that we help. The next generation will figure it out. So I think it's up to you and I at the moment to do some of that hard forest cleaning, pioneering work to empower and equip people to be self-sufficient leaders, to teach people how to fish for themselves, not just fish for them. And it's once again, it comes back to that discipleship conversation. It's teaching people how to love themselves, how to love something bigger than themselves, how to love others in that space. And that's that hero makers leadership conversation.
Yeah. And Arno and I had a conversation about that a couple of months ago now. He's probably sleeping now. Being in South Africa, it's like 3:00 in the morning. But we jumped on a call and he said something that really stuck to me. And he said, we are the last generation that actually still understand critical thinking, problem solving, and all of that before the age of AI. We literally are the last generation because we didn't grow up with technology like the kids today. We didn't grow up with the internet. I mean, we only got internet when I was like 17, 18. And even then it was clunky and slow and dial-up and all of that. You had to disconnect the phone. And exactly. So we literally are the last generation to understand how it is to build a business without having the technology, or even not a business, just to do life and fix things in your house without having YouTube to go to find a video and things like that. Sarah had a comment here. I just want to read this out loud. Do not go where the path may lead. Instead, go where there is no path and leave a trail for others to follow. I love that, Sarah. I think that is such a valid thing. And by the way, people, Sarah is Jeff's wife, and she's amazing. Yeah, he's a lucky man.
He's actually a math therapist, or even double blessed.
There you go. But that's a very valid thing that she said there. I 100% agree with that. You and your wife, talking about your wife, you lead a business. Obviously, you've got your business going, you've got a team. How does a partnership influence how you parent, especially teaching your boys about purpose, leadership, and faith, and balancing that with technology and human connection? It's a deep question, I know.
You're coming out with the powerful ones today. I think, first off, it all comes back down to leadership, discipleship, right? So you've got to have a strong understanding of what your values are, what your core mission and vision are, and all of that sort of thing. Like understanding your purpose-driven life statement, like what gets you out of bed every day, and you don't need a significant other to help serve that conversation. Because I think that's where, a lot of people are trying to, myself included, in my early marriage, like I was trying to fill a gap, and I was trying to get Sarah to fill that gap, and it was just unfair on her to do that. And I think that's why a lot of relationships break down, right? Because they become codependent relationships, or the other way. So it's first and foremost for me, and what I had to figure out was, what is my purpose? What is the thing that I need to get obsessed about each day and go master that craft? Figure out your gifts. So figure out your strengths, figure out your weaknesses. So for the last, 12 years, I've just been a student. I've been like a sponge absorbing this conversation around, what makes us tick. Buying psychology, strengths, strengths profiling test, the Enneagram, the disc profiling, the whole lot, like the personality of what makes our strengths and weaknesses and who we are and who we're created to be. And also those things that we're not meant to do, like those things that trigger us and puts us in environments where we're just sucks our soul and all that. So that starts with that learning to love yourself conversation. Really be intimate with yourself and have a relationship with yourself. The question I always ask people now is, can you look at yourself in the mirror, smile, and really say, I love you? Can you do it? I don't know if many people can really do that these days. I know I couldn't. I was disgusted with the person that I look back in the mirror. And it's so repulsive in that space. And then you turn to a blind eye to it, but then you get apathy to it. But, that's that person who goes to the opposite space and starts to be hurt and hurt people and all of that, right? So first off, it's getting really intimate with yourself and learning to fall in love with yourself. And then the next part of that is learning how to love something bigger than yourself. But for me, it was learning how to love Jesus Christ. I didn't have a relationship with Jesus growing up. I had to really fall into that space and learn all about that space and really like come into that close relationship. And then that helped me to learn how to love Sarah and love my boys and be in a space where I could be a person of love to others, to love my neighbors. And so essentially, learning in that process to create a culture that's living life above the line, where we take ownership, accountability, and responsibility for our actions, not blame, excuse, and denial. So learning all of this personal development, this leadership conversation, and having Sarah go on the same journey with me on that space. She may have already started on that before I did, but growing together in that space is what's helped us to come together, to closer together, create a stronger network, create a stronger relationship, and be able to support and bounce off each other. But don't get me wrong, there's times where we still yell and scream at each other and argue and all of that sort of thing. We've had to learn how to love. We've had to learn how to do love in all aspects of it. And part of that is learning to have grace, learning how to forgive, learning how to go through the messy middles of the part of the conversation.
And I think it comes down to being with each other, being present with each other, and put technology to a side. Like I've mentioned before, like we have dinner without technology, and because we've got a 2-year-old, it's now toys and no technology, because else the leg on the car is at the table at dinner time. But we don't. That's our present time, and we once a week we'll have a movie night while we watch TV and eat and whatever.
It's that balance.
That balance. But 6 days out of 7 we sit at the table, we are present with each other, we connect with each other, we talk about the day. And I love what you said about looking in the mirror and actually really saying that I love that person, I appreciate that person. Because our kids these days, I feel like they get validated on other people. And I mean, we were like the same, and technology and so on. And interestingly enough, because I'm teaching my kids this term on how to learn, Jim Quick, I don't know if you read the book Limitless.
Oh, I love the Quick. Yeah, I'm all over Jim.
And he talks about that. And one of the second, because I actually use Notebook LM to create a lesson plan, which is like an 8-week lesson plan on teaching my kids how to learn. And I'm learning too, get me wrong. But one of the key things is he was saying that you need to love yourself. And it's how you speak to yourself and how you speak to each other. And I think that is important.
I think as a generation, especially the younger generations, we need to steward this very, very well. And Jim Quick's actually a friend of the Los Angeles Tribune, so I've actually gotten to speak to Jim a couple of times through all of those things. It's pretty cool. But coming back to this, I think we have a stewardship responsibility to teach kids how to self-evaluate, find their self-worth, find their self-love, find their self-identity. But I want to come to the other side of this conversation. I really think. And I'm going to go here because it might trigger people, but it might not. But anyway, I'm going to go there. And please take this from the space and the heart that it comes from. I believe, especially in our Western world, America, Australia, UK, and everything in that space, the challenges to our world are the idolatry, individualism, and consumerism. I think these 3 things are the toxic cancer to our society. So, what's this balloons all about? So I believe those
the balloons agree.
The balloons agree. I believe it's those 3 things that are creating a cancer to our society. But here's the thing in that space. I'm all for people, learning how to love themselves, learning their self-identity and their strengths and their weaknesses, but it doesn't stop there. If it stops there, it turns into narcissism. Where you need to know your self-worth, your self-strengths, your self-love, and all that conversation, but then it needs to be of service to the greater good around you, and in that service to community, in that service to participation to the greater good, beautiful maturity happens in that season. So it's not about really serving my needs and me, myself, and I conversation. It's learning how I can, my strengths and weaknesses and my self-worth and self-identity, so then I can go give back. And I believe that's where we need to really take this conversation, good stewards of, and have a responsibility, especially for our younger generation, to be able to tap into that and be great leaders of tomorrow.
How do we use AI to actually help us identify that? I know I've used some prompts. I would say funny things like, "Hey, ChatGPT, you know me because I've trained you for 2 years. Roast me." It's something silly, but it's amazing what it comes up with, and you're like, "Crikey, mate, this is like, it's good, but it's also so scary." It's like, you really know me better than I know myself. And obviously, we know at the back end, it's trained to read between the lines and understand human, like how humans speak and connect and all of that stuff, because we know it's trained on those type of informations. But like, how do we get kids to use AI? And obviously, parents, if your kids are younger than 13, you need to be assisting with that. But how do we use AI to help us to identify all these beautiful things that you just talked about?
Great question. I'm glad you went there. People in the AI space, we talk a lot about, and I've been guilty in this until recently, talking about making sure that you craft the right prompt.
Yes.
And all of that. So you have to have the right prompt. I'm actually going to go deeper than that. And I think having the right prompt is a part of the equation. Yes. I think that we stay there. That's just superficial. For me, it's making sure that you have the right data first. Data is king in this conversation, because even with the right prompt and the wrong data, you're still going to get what you ask for, and it's going to skew the information. So the data is the king in the context of this conversation. So one of the things and exercises I've actually been teaching my students and in my one-on-one mentees and what we've done to help strengthen our marriage and stuff, whatnot, is going back to basics and going to like the Enneagram profile. I'm actually training to become a practice accredited Enneagram facilitator. And so the Enneagram is one of the best profile tests I've seen out there in the space. And so it really, really detailed. You can go to the website. I'll make sure you can get the link later on. I'm not an affiliate of it, or you go and do it yourself. It is a paid cost. It's about $60 for the assessment. But it gives you like a 30-page assessment on all of your strengths, your weaknesses, your triggers, your toxic traits, your good traits, all of that. So then what I've done is I've taken both profiles. So I'm an 8 on the Enneagram. Sarah's a 9 on the Enneagram. So then what I've done is I've uploaded this data set to a custom GPT, and I've asked it some very powerful questions around that. I'm going to come back to that in a second. So remember, the questions are the answers. So it's asked some very powerful questions around that. And then part of this conversation was, after going through and crafting the right prompt, I got it to act like a marriage counselor with, has a biblical background, all of that type of thing, and layer it in. So it's a pretty in-depth prompt. But then what I got it to do was to actually help us to strengthen our marriage, and me being an 8, Sarah being a 9, and that dynamic and that duality on us thing, and knowing that certain things and having that deeper understanding, the context of when I do certain things that really pisses Sarah off and triggers her, it's like, now I've got an understanding why. And so does she.
So important.
So having those, so being empowered with that tool, our communication has gone to the next level with each other, and we can be more supportive of each other. And I was actually just having a conversation with my friend Dave about a similar thing that he was having a conversation with his wife. And so going back to this dynamic here and going into the depth of this and letting ChatGPT help shape and guide our understanding of the way we do certain things may trigger certain people. And we've got ways to be more empowered. So this is that living life above the line culture. And so learning that, if I say a certain thing or do a certain thing, that it's going to get Sarah to get overly emotional. And I can either be passive aggressive around that and use that and probably dig my own grave, or I can back off and take ownership and accountability and responsibility for it. And be the thermostat, not the thermometer of the conversation, backed up with some really powerful leadership principles, of course. It's helping to strengthen our relationship. So then I've taken that same dynamic and I've started doing that with my one-on-one mentees when I'm teaching, people like Christopher and Allison and Erin, and Jeanette, how to master their attraction marketing, their personal brand. So it's taken our coaching and, mentor-mentee relationship to a whole nother level of depth. And really sort of help us to connect in that sort of space as well.
Yeah.
Now, I did mention something questions. So I just want to finish off on that. Questions are the answers. So unless you know how to ask really powerful questions with AI and give it the right data, well, you're going to get what you ask for. It's an input-output tool. Garbage in, garbage out. Great stuff in, great stuff out. So what I've noticed in my coaching relationships is, because I've been a student of attraction marketing, social selling, buying psychology, leadership, and everything in between the topic for the last 15 years, I know how to ask ChatGPT some really powerful questions to get where I need to be. See, with someone who's just starting out, doesn't have that wisdom and the discernment yet. However, AI can support that conversation if you start to have two-way conversations with AI. I think that's very important. When you
proper communication.
Ask you powerful questions back to get the right information from you, so we can get the answers, because questions are the answer.
Yeah, and that is so. I've never thought of using ChatGPT as a marriage counselor. So that is enlightening. I mean, I've used it in other
I just want to jump in there because it's a very important disclaimer I need to put on there. You need to understand that ChatGPT is biased, and if you don't ask it the right questions, it can take you down some rabbit holes. So you've got to understand that it is just a tool to support the conversation, to give you a deeper understanding. So coming back to our original conversation around faith and the Bible, I'm just using the same sort of equation to get to help support our marriage.
That is such a good perspective. I really love that, because then ultimately you can use the same concept with your children, understand them better, and you really can feed your family like emotionally in such a beautiful connection way, because you understand each other, how you function and how you respond to things and how you don't respond to things, and just support each other so much on a deeper level.
And then you layer in the 5 love languages and those type of conversations, and it can just go deeper and deeper and deeper in this space. So it's all about helping to create an awareness, to create an understanding, to then create the transformational result.
Yeah. What a great thing to do. I'm going to do that, Jeff. I really love that. I think that is such a cool way to use it. So social media often, this is my last question to you. Social media often rewards ego and noise. So how can families, especially young people, use these platforms to influence with integrity?
Yeah, great question. And a great question to close out on. Coming back to our last conversation just on that, you've got to understand who you are. Any of this stuff doesn't work without that. So you've got to go back into deep qualities and characteristic traits, and understand who you are and how you're wired. And then, instead of just feeding the ego, start working on character. I think in our society, I would say another issue that we have, because a result of individualism, consumerism, and idolatry, what that has bred, if you've got that ground, right, that's the soil that we've been growing up in. What that has result of that soil has grown a character deficiency problem.
That's so true.
So, our kids,
Let's just pause it for a second, because when you say that, it's basically you are linking yourself to those things, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Like,
Yeah. So those things, they feed the ego, they feed the arrogance of it all, and our Western society now. And please don't hear me like I'm not sexist by any means. I just want to highlight something here. Our Western society, women especially, are the most narcissistic people that I've ever seen in my life in Western society, because of the results of this individualism and idolatry has been bred from this soil. Now, the flip side of that coin is, if women especially started to really go into this space of character building and into this leadership space, we need more matriarchs in our society to step up, who are full of love and self-worth and self-identity, not being narcissistic. And so, look, it's a deeper conversation around that for sure. And I could probably trigger and upset a lot of people on that. But here, from my heart, from all this, it's not about women or men. It's just the reflective point that you see on social media right now is majority women based. So it's just a results driven conversation. But it's both. But with the idolatry and the consumerism and narcissism it's bred this narcissistic culture.
Yeah.
And our kids and our generation growing up, they don't know any different sort of thing. Like they've been conditioned to perform in certain ways to get validation through vanity metrics. And so that's very superficial and very damaging into our conversations. So something that we're doing as parents for our 3 boys is for example, like when my boys want to play hand wrestle with me or get on the computer games or anything like that, I'm not letting them win. Like but I'm teaching them how to lose gracefully as well. So I know there'll become a time very, very, very soon. Actually, my oldest is pretty much already there, where he will beat me and kick my ass. So now I have a responsibility now to not go and pout about that and lose gracefully as well, to model that relationship. I'm not creating entitlement, not giving things to them on a silver platter, and help them to build their resilience muscle. And inside that, when they're building their resilience muscle, they need to build their problem-solving muscle and their logical. So coming back to that critical thinking conversation, AI is a very supportive tool in this space, but we've got to do it in a dynamic and a balanced way that doesn't replace our humanity and feed and continue to feed this narcissistic culture and continue to feed this vanity metrics and ego stuff. And coming back down to how do we build a generation of kids who are well-rounded and come back to that self-worth, that self-love conversation. And AI can be a very powerful tool to go deeper into that if used in the right way.
That's so true, 100%. Jeff, where can people find you? Where can they reach out to you? I know you've got a podcast, so please tell people about that and any last words of wisdom while you're at that.
Yeah, for sure. You can come find me on Apple, Spotify, YouTube. The podcast is called the Laptop Lifestyle Dad Show. You can go to our website, which is laptoplifestyledads.com. Or we've actually just started a Facebook group called the Hero Makers Community. So you go to Facebook group / Hero Makers Community, and it's a free community. Come join us there. My friend and Dave Miller and a few other coaches in there, we're going to start giving away freely a lot of information around how to leverage AI, especially in the personal development and personal branding space and leadership space. So there'll be a lot of awesome free coaching being delivered in there. I may even get people like Dr. Joseph McClendon to come in and do an interview with us. So I've been very blessed this year, especially to open up a lot of doors to a lot of top 1% networkers. So looking to build on those relationships and stuff, and help people be blessed with the same mentors that I've been blessed over the last 12, 18 months. The last final word here would be just, look, don't be scared of AI. Learn to embrace it, but you got to learn to crawl, walk, and run together in that space. And always look at ways to keep the human in the loop conversation. Don't be afraid to question it. Don't be afraid to doubt it, challenge it, do all of that. And do that with yourself on your own journey. That's where you'll start to adopt your own truth and not just, be blindly led by somebody else's truth.
That is so true. I love that. Jeff, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time and just being a friend. I mean, we've been at this for a couple of years now, being friends online, and I've appeared on your summits, and it's been amazing. Yes. And thank you so much. I really appreciate your time and your effort and all your knowledge. I mean, my goodness, ChatGPT as a marriage counselor, that's just something I never thought of. And I think it's just such a fantastic way to use it. So thank you so much for that. And thank you so much. Yeah.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. That is almost the summit done, everyone. This has been absolutely fantastic. And at the end of the day, we are learning just so much on AI and family. And like Jeff was just saying, using it as a marriage counselor, I think that's amazing. So Our next guest is not going to be live with us. Her name is Marley Jackson. She's absolutely amazing. And I was very blessed to speak to her earlier this week. Unfortunately, she's away. She couldn't make it live. But what I'm doing now is I'm going to share with you the file that's me and her, basically the video, and Marley. Oh, sorry. Let me just do that. And we are going to just watch this live. I will share this with you. So I'm not actually in this twice with my face, but it's an amazing conversation. And I know it's just the end of it, and I know it's a recording, but I really want to encourage you to listen to what she has to say, because she's got amazing insights. She's really great in storytelling. That's her niche. And she has some really amazing ways to use ChatGPT for family. All right, there she is. She's basically been in my world for a while. We've met each other in 2019, 2020. I was in a couple of her programs over the years, and she's just amazing when it comes to storytelling, authenticity, and in the online space, she's just been such a massive inspiration for me. So she's a bonus mom of 2 beautiful girls. And so Marley has been that person in my life when it comes to storytelling. And I really feel when it comes to authenticity online, I think she can share light for us on the subject. So hello, Marley, how are you?
Oh, so good. So good. Excited to be here. And what a topic. It's definitely going to be important as we continue to go into this AI age.
Yes, 100%. So when it comes to storytelling, you have been such an inspiration, like I've just mentioned. What do you think is that thing that makes it authentic? And in that same sentence, how is AI influencing that authenticity?
Well, storytelling, I think just the basis of it is humans relating to other humans. Now, where that can get divided is if it's humans trying to use AI to relate to other humans, and if they're not ensuring that the human aspect is still in it. And I think that there's almost this we have like a sixth sense around AI now, that you can read something and tell when there's no effort in it, no human element into it, that when they just put something into ChatGPT and it spits out a story or whatever, and it has all the M dashes and too many emojis and delve and unleash and unlock, and it's not this, it's this. And it might have had a good intention, but it's just not going to reach people in the way that I think people intended. And I think when people do that, it's because they might just not know any better, and that's totally fine. We're all here learning and growing together. But also, if they are doing it to kind of check something off of a list instead of do it to connect with people.
That is such a valid question and answer, because the reason I asked this question is I'm a homeschooling parent, and we've been so for about probably close to 5 years now. And when I tell stories using AI, but I have my brand voice dialed in very carefully, I've been teaching ChatGPT for close to a year, people love the stories, and then they're like, you're such a good storyteller. But I've also been a copywriter for a number of years in my marketing agency, so I know how to dial in ChatGPT to tell those stories. But then people will come out and say, well, you can't use ChatGPT to be authentic. You can't use it to tell your stories or to tell stories, even though you have dialed in your brand voice. What do you have to say about using ChatGPT, even when you dialed it in, to be authentic?
I mean, it's a tool, just like a calculator. And I can use a calculator and have no idea how to do math on my own, or I can use it as a tool to help me to get there faster. And so I think that AI, ChatGPT, or any other kind of AI tool is it's another vehicle to help you get to a result, and sometimes be like an ideation tool. But kind of like, as we've been alluding to before, if you want to be authentic, you still have to put in, I'd even say this when it comes to like an employee. Let's say you hire someone to be your right hand. If you just outsource everything, it's going to be their vision. But if you give them, sometimes it's like 10, 80, 10. So like you give them the first instruction to like 10%, and then they go off and they work about 80% of it, and then they come back to you for you to do your zhuzh, your last 10% to optimize it. And so I think that's what AI can do. But if you do not bookend the intro and the finale of that work, that's not going to be authentic.
Yeah, that is so, so true. AI feels intimidating for a lot of people. So I think because we have been in the online space and in the marketing space and in the AI space for such a while, we're used to it. But every day I come across people, surprisingly enough, that have not even opened ChatGPT.
Right.
And you were like, wow, okay. And because we're so in that world, you don't realize it. And if you look at the numbers, I mean, the whole world is not on AI. If you look at the amount of people that use AI, and I come across those people on a weekly basis. So in a simple way, how can we use, so being a bonus mom, how do you use AI daily or weekly to simplify your life?
I mean, I use it a lot in business to help me write content, to help me ideate. In personal life, even how to like come up with meal plans or help me to, I don't know, research something really quickly that you can Google it, but you can also get so much more in depth when you can just kind of talk to ChatGPT like it's a person, this all-knowing person. Yeah, there's so many applications, and I think we are only scratching the surface. And then it's really cool to be able to use it with our kids. Like sometimes the kids will ask a question, I'll be like, I don't know, ask ChatGPT, and like kind of hand them the phone. They'll talk to it and get an answer out of it. And I mean, it's so different than what I grew up with. That was not something that I had.
I refer to it with my kids like a glorified encyclopedia. Because when we homeschool, we do the best of both worlds, simply because I don't want them to get too used to the technology and too familiar with it. So they don't actually not read, they don't write, all of that stuff. So it's important for them to actually understand that, hey, listen, outside of this amazing tool, you should also actually have some skills. Now, this is the other thing that is a concern for, I guess, a lot of parents out there. And it's questions that I get all the time. It's like, will kids lose their creativity when they use AI?
You know, I feel like it's just another layer of the generations and how we're advancing. I mean, look at before there was even the internet, kids could play with a cardboard box and turn it into a car or a spaceship. And now it's like that doesn't even compute in their mind, because the kids who are growing up with screens, they're kind of addicted to that dopamine, which I can understand. It's very attractive. So yeah, I think there is an element of wanting to make sure that kids, not even just kids, adults too, can still use their own brain. And that creative reflex is totally like a muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it.
So you being big in the storytelling space with Gemini, when we use it in our homeschooling, what we do is I would do a story with my kids. We will print it out as a PDF. And then what I will ask them is then to use the structure of the story to write their own stories. So they can still get the idea and the creativity. And we will do the same with ChatGPT. Go to ChatGPT, ask them, be an award filmmaking and, all of the normal prompts. I'm not going to go into prompts in this right now. But then we use that as storytelling. And I feel like that's a good way to balance how to learn storytelling along with the tools, because they still learn the same things. Do you think that's a clever idea to do it, or would you recommend something a bit different?
I love that. I mean, it's just another tool, the same way that,
yeah.
I mean, I'll use the calculator example again. Like it's just kind of using that muscle in another way. And I think about when I was a kid and I had a computer, and I remember at school, it was like, ooh, you have a computer at home? Like it was a big deal back then. And I just had a word processor, and I would write stories in it. And like, that was as far as I could go. But now the fact that we have these tools where, sure, kids now can use Google Docs, but then also to be able to use Gemini or Sora or something to like make that story come to life. I think in some ways AI can, I mean, I want to make sure that we're maintaining like our brain creativity, that we can still use it. But then it's also going to open up creativity that we didn't see possible when we were kids.
Yes, because already now I'm in the process of helping. We're actually writing a Christmas story out of we live in Australia. Yes, so we live in Australia, and I'm doing it obviously with my kids so they can learn the structure and things like that. And then what we are doing is we are writing the story out of an Aussie perspective, kangaroo telling the story, just something different. Sweet. And yes, ChatGPT came up with a storyline, but we are actually doing a lot of human editing into it and putting our spin onto it. And we're using various AI tools to create the pictures that we can put in there. And then we use Canva and stuff. And I know there are I know there are AI tools that can do all of this stuff for you. But again, I want my kids to learn that creativity so they can actually learn some business skills, sell a book on Amazon or wherever, and learn that. So do you have any other, just I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but do you think there's any other AI ideas that kids can implement to start a little career or a side hustle, especially when you're like 15, 16 years old?
Yeah. I mean, writing copy
Yeah.
as a teenager, whether it's writing a book, that's amazing. Maybe it's writing a blog and being able to monetize, do some affiliate marketing with blogs or YouTube videos. And it could be products that they know and love, and maybe they want to put their Amazon affiliate link, or they become an affiliate for a software or something like that. And it can even be faceless, because I'm sure that definitely parents might have some concerns about. I know so many kids these days, you ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they all want to be YouTubers now.
Right.
And there's a level of, protection that needs to come with that for parents. I'm glad that my kids have not wanted that yet. It might still come. And actually, I feel like that's surprising, considering that I have such a big YouTube channel. It makes me think, why don't they? Maybe it's because they see how much work I put into it and they go, never mind. Yeah, that's funny.
But you are YouTube royalty in your neighborhood, though. I remember you telling.
Oh my gosh, and my neighbor. Yeah, the neighbor boy was like, "You have a YouTube channel," and I was absolutely famous to him. It was so sweet.
Well, there you go. So maybe you could influence him one day.
Yeah, I think so. It's funny because he will come over and tell me ideas of things. He has a YouTube channel about like basketball jump shots, and he's very proud to tell me all about it.
That's actually very awesome.
Yeah, so creative.
So a lot of teens feel pressure to post for attention. And it's something that I think social media is different than when we were kids. I think there's a lot of more bullying, the deepfakes, all of that stuff. So putting the attention aside that teens are doing, I know this is a bit of a deeper question, but is there a way that we can teach them to use social media for purpose and not just for attention?
Great question. I'm so glad that I didn't have social media back then. And even then I had, there was like almost like a local version of Facebook when I was growing up. And there were still some bullying issues with that. And it was like how many followers you had definitely reflected self-worth. And I didn't know any better, and neither did my parents. Like my parents it was new to them. They didn't grow up with any of this at all. So how could they know to monitor it yet? I would love to see kids that are using social media have a purpose behind it, whether it is the content that they're creating that is for good, and also to make sure that they have the resources to not, like we were just saying, get wrapped up in the self-worth that comes from the amount of likes or shares or comments or anything. But to create content maybe that is poetic or expressive or funny or something that is showing who they are. But again, I think what they would need support in just guidance of that is to not get wrapped up in the vanity metrics of it. Cause I think that could be a real thing, especially, I mean, look at how competitive sports can be, and sports have a coach. Sports can have a coach when you can, so you can be so the kids don't fall into being a sore loser or a sore winner. So what happens on social media when it can look to a child like an individual game?
That is such a valid point. And I think if they do start using it, or hopefully there are some teens out there that do use social media for positive influence and so on, that they can influence other kids to do the same. That might be a really good idea for a business for a teen. Start a community for influencing people in the right and positive ways.
Yeah,
that could be a good one. As a family, if you can use AI to start a fun project, just off the top of your mind, anything, doesn't need to be something fancy, but what family type project would you start with your kids?
So we actually we have two things that came to mind. One was when we went to Disneyland last summer, we created these like scavenger hunts for when we were at the Disney parks. So there were 3 different parks that we went to, and we, with ChatGPT, came up with a list of the things to look for while we were at the park. And so then they had these little booklets of things to look for, and like photos to take and treats to try when they're on the trip. And then another thing we did is we have a family trip next year, and I thought it would be fun to incentivize the girls that we are going to read our way there. So we're going to London, and London is about 5,000 miles away from where we are. And so I challenged the kids, can we read 5,000 minutes between now and next summer? And I know that sounds like a lot, but it actually works out to like 15 minutes a day. And when I challenged them to that, they read 2 hours in one weekend. So like they're doing really well. And so we used ChatGPT to come up with what the plan is. And like we came up with this cute little board, and we had milestones for like when they read 500 miles, 1,000 minutes miles. And then we also put on there some, because the trip is to London, some London fun facts and some London vocabulary that isn't in America. And so that was a fun way that we kind of did that together with ChatGPT.
ChatGPT and AI is such a fun way to use for traveling. We were very blessed. We traveled for about 7 months straight. We went to Europe, we went to America, and back to South Africa, where I'm originally from. So, and we used it all the time, and we would like take photos of, and I think even then, it's like 2 years ago, it wasn't as good as it is now, but we will take photos of something and then say, just explain, because especially if you're in Europe and it's different languages and you don't understand a single thing, it's fun to take a photo and just learn about that subject. And it's really cool. And especially when we were traveling America, just road trip type things and mapping and all of that stuff. So it's a really fun activity. I agree with you. And that's a cool way to use it. Well done on the 5,000 miles. I might like take that one. That's a good idea.
It's fun.
All right. You've worked with big brands, and obviously the same storytelling principles applies to everywhere. Do you have a bit of a, so say teens want to start a side hustle or a business and I want to use storytelling as like the model. Is there a type of principle that they can apply as a basic to just learn storytelling?
I feel like I learn most of my storytelling from movies. And so a lot of it, I think, is observing how you consume stories and kind of picking it apart. So even if it's a storybook or if it's a movie and you dissect, there's a beginning, middle, and end. There's a conflict. There's the hero. There's the friend to the hero. There's the villain. And then if you kind of take all those pieces as frameworks and then put that into your story, and of course, kids can study things like the hero's journey. That definitely has many of the elements of it. But then from there, like even put into ChatGPT or AI, like, okay, I want to make a story that has the elements of the hero's journey. Here's the concept. And what I do when I'm working with ChatGPT is I often just like talk to it. Like I'll actually verbally and then just have it voice dictate. And so that's such an easy way for kids to be able to do that too. And then work back and forth with putting it into that framework.
I love that. I really do. And it's that structure of learning how to tell the story and then putting that into a form. And that is and Heroes to Journey is a really good book. So yes, I must actually codify that. So what we do is I use Notebook LM quite a bit. I create my own lessons for my kids. And then what I would do is I will go and find, like, for example, now we're learning on how to learn and we're using a lot of Jim Quick's things. So I went onto YouTube, found a whole bunch of his videos, put it into Notebook LM. And then I got Notebook LM to create me a lesson plan on that and the whole brain map and a whole bunch of stuff that you can do in Notebook LM. So Notebook LM is great for business, but it's also really great to help kids to learn subjects. So we use that a lot. So I'm thinking, you know what? Heroes to Journey will be a really great one for our next term because we are learning storytelling, but I haven't gone that deep with it. So good idea. Yeah. Okay, so I've got one last question for you. If you can climb in a time machine and say it is 10 years from now or 15 years from now, where do you see AI sit with families and kids? I know it's a big question, being a mama and all that, but do you see that being in a positive way? Do you see it in a negative way? What's your thoughts on that?
I have a lot of hope and faith in humans that we will continue to put regulations and rules in place, that we will continue to make it positive. And I imagine that we'll probably have robots in our house like the Jetsons that are cooking our meals and doing our dishes, and to think about what's going to be freed up in our brain capacity when that is done. Like I think about how, I mean, our great-great-grandmothers, or I don't know how long ago it was, but like they didn't have washing machines like we have today. And think about the time that's freed up from that instead of having to like go down to the river with one of those like washboards that you have to wash against. Even the fact that we don't necessarily have to go grocery shopping anymore because it can be delivered to us. Like all the mundane things that there's still value in them, but there will be processes and tools and AI to allow us to do different things with with that time. So, I mean, 10 years, I think it's way sooner than 10 years that we will have robots doing things for us, driving places for us, cooking for us. I even wonder at some point, like, what work will look like. Or I also think that the future belongs to the right brain thinkers, the people who are creative. And so as much as AI can hinder some creativity, I think it's the people that know how to use it and can keep their creativity that are still going to be the innovators of the world.
And it's so true what you're saying about how jobs will look like for the future, because I've been diving in very deep into that in the last probably the last 6 months. And it is when you start doing research and you see what employers are hiring for and what college graduates actually graduate with, there is a humongous gap. And unfortunately, it is not, they don't actually, a lot of employers, even if you interview them, and I've spoken to quite a bit, they don't interview so much on what you graduate with. They hire based on skill level and what you can do, because a lot of the mandate task AI can do. So they don't hire necessarily for all of that. So that's why there's a lot of youth that are unemployed because of that gap. And somewhere that gap can be breached with AI. I believe that, but it's just the education around that gap. It's very important.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marley, I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Any last words of wisdom for the audience?
Oh, thanks for having me, and super excited to see how this goes. I'm definitely going to be watching the summit because I think there are so many ways. We're only going to scratch the surface on AI, and there's so much to learn. So thanks for putting this together.
Thank you so much for being on here. I really appreciate it. We are back with one last little thank you for everybody. Let me just get my camera to actually work. I just want to say thank you very much for everybody that was here and that participated and everybody that commented and was part of this summit. I really appreciate everybody so much. I am literally losing my voice. It has been a great, 4 hours. And thank you to all our speakers, everybody that learned something. And remember, if there's any questions you have, you can reach out to everybody. With Marley, you can find her on YouTube. She's got a big YouTube channel and Facebook and so on. And thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate you all. And yeah, let's keep human first AI technology. And also, most importantly, let's make sure that we use AI ethically, safe, and authentically. All right. See you guys. Thank you.